Evening, Amy. Sound check. Okay. Thank you.
Alan, where's your picture?
Which picture?
The Jane Filer that you always sit in front of.
Yeah, you're painting.
I've been moved temporarily. So we'll see Jane Filer come on a little bit later on, but yeah, I had to start out here.
Little noisy in the other part of the house.
Well, we've yeah, it is. It is. Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
I just texted. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
I walked the dog and had to take a shower.
Little humor.
Sticky out.
It's summertime.
Try going out in bubble wrap. It's even worse.
Just around the block. Just a little walk.
I've been taking mine at 7:30 a.m.
Ty's got the right idea. Put mountains with snow behind you and feel cooler.
I was just in Denver and it was 100 degrees at the zoo. I'm just saying.
Oh.
100?
It was a dry heat.
I don't care. Yeesh.
That was the same thing that happened to me when I went to Portland a few years ago. We got off the plane in Portland and it was 101.
And that's a wet heat.
No, it's not wet, but they don't do air conditioning real well. So either Amy's either giving us a time signal or she's getting ready to do the walk of stars in Hollywood, one or the other.
All right, everyone. It's time to get our meeting started. Welcome to the June 16th, 2021 meeting of the Chapel Hill Town Council. We're pleased to have you join us, those of you joining online, those of you watching later, or those who are watching on TV. We value public input. We are making big decisions as we wind down our season, as we call it, by the end of June. We do have some changes for tonight's agenda that I want to make you aware of, and some updates. We have added another meeting in order to facilitate all these decisions on Monday, June 28th. So next week we have a Monday, June 21st. We'll be looking at 3 concept plans, and we'll be moving an item to that agenda from this agenda. And then we have a regular meeting on June 23rd as well to finish up some other items. And now we have this additional meeting on June 28th. So 2 changes for tonight's agenda. Item number 4 on the consent agenda relating to the construction contracts for the East Rosemary deck has been pulled and will come back on the meeting on the 21st when we have all the documentation ready to go. So it will come back on the 21st. And then item number 10, consider the application for a special use permit modification for University Place. Will be, we're going to vote to move it to the June 28th meeting. This is an agreement with the applicant and the town staff, and I had polled you all to see if you were available. So we will be moving that, but we will need a motion when we get to that part of the agenda to move this item to June 28th. So we have that there. And then tonight on the agenda, there are 4 items. We have the review of the Orange County Racial Equity Plan, followed by 3 land use matters. We have changes to the Blue Hill use category, the proposed ARA project, and consideration of text amendments regarding short-term rentals. And just to let folks know, and I'll remind you again, the first 2 items, the Blue Hill use category and the proposed ARA project, we closed those public hearings. They are not open for public comment tonight. We have had 2 public hearings, it's been before the other boards, and we've also received a great deal of written comment already. So the short-term rentals will be the first hearing. So we are taking public comment on that one tonight. So as we move along, in keeping with the state law regarding virtual meetings, and just a nice update, you know, Governor Cooper extended the state of emergency through the end of July. So we are allowed to continue meeting virtually. Look for the Orange County leader to extend our a state of emergency to the end of July to comply with the governor's orders. One of the good things that happens with this too is evictions are also stayed till the end of July at this point. So I know there's some court cases and things going on, but that's the update for that. So sorry, roll call. I digress. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Jess Anderson. Didn't hear you. Are you there? She's trying to unmute herself.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Alan Boynsey.
Here.
Councilmember Hong Bin-gu.
Here.
Councilmember Tai Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Stegman.
Here.
And the mayor is also here. So thank you for that. Before we start the regular agenda, we have 2 proclamations to announce. We're very excited that we're going to be honoring Eugenia Floyd. She's recognized and we're going to celebrate her, who's been named North Carolina Teacher of the Year. And we have one of our own members of the council who went to school with Ms. Floyd. Mr. Boynsey, will you help recognize Ms. Floyd? Thank you for joining us, Ms. Floyd. We're so delighted to have you here.
Ms. Floyd, it's so great to see you again. Ms. Floyd and I, we grew up together in Chapel Hill. We went to Phillips Middle School together. We went to East Chapel High School together, and we graduated together back in '05. So it's my distinct honor and pleasure to present this proclamation in honor of you. It gives us great pleasure to honor Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools 4th grade teacher, Ms. Eugenia Floyd. She is a graduate of the Chapel Hill Carborough City School Districts, and she began her educator career as a teacher assistant before earning her teaching license 8 years ago and a master's degree last year in gifted education. As a teacher, she works tirelessly to break the achievement gap and to dismantle systemic and structural racism. She holds high expectations for her students, strives to connect her students to the outside world, and helps them to learn, to use what they learn, to make themselves and the world a better place. Outside the classroom, she has created an impactful neighborhood tutoring program for students who need more time to master reading and math skills. Ms. Floyd, we are grateful to you for your dedicated work, and by serving as a mentor, advocate, role model, and leader, you help to shape the lives of students in our community, and therefore, we proclaim today, Wednesday, June 16th, as Eugenia Floyd Day in Chapel Hill. Thank you.
I have everyone. We're sorry we can't be in person, but again, congratulations. We're so proud of you. And we know this means you'll be traveling around the state and the country, apparently. And we're so thankful and grateful for your commitment to our children and our community and everywhere. Thank you for what you do. And again, congratulations. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. I look forward to working with the town of Chapel Hill and representing where I'm from as I advocate and support the students and teachers of North Carolina. Some of my favorite memories as a kid was trick-or-treating in University Mall and eating at 35 Chinese and having the best hide and seek games in my neighborhood, the Lakeview Mobile Home Park off of Reevedary Road. I would also like to thank, of course, my community partnerships, the Boroughs Welcome Fund, Lenovo, Go Global NC, Bojangles, NC State Athletics, No Kid Hungry NC, and Flow Honda for making this honor even possible. I've truly been amazed to receive this recognition. And just a few weeks after the announcement of being the Boroughs Welcome Fund North Carolina Teacher of the Year back in April, the City of Durham's Town Council acknowledged me on the first day of Teacher Appreciation Week. And yesterday I was recognized by the town of Carborough. And now to be recognized by another town I call home is amazing. And my heart is so full. I have found that the town of Chapel Hill's layout to be almost unrecognizable from my childhood with all the new developments, but I know that the elements that made me proud to be raised here and even more proud to be an educator in this community are still present. And I get the privilege to see that every day in the faces of my students. I'm also really grateful that I am just one of many former Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools alumni who have made the decision to contribute to this town. Like you all know, Alan Boyncy and I both graduated from East Chapel Hill High School in 2005, as well as Eleni Terzi Dunnigan, who is a captain of the Chapel Hill Fire Department. She also graduated with us in 2005. So her picture can also be found on the side of a bus. So myself, Alan, and Eleni both put forth our best efforts daily to pour into the community that has poured so much into us. And the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools empowered, inspired, and engaged us to come back and support our hometown. The pandemic has definitely amplified the vital role that schools play in communities, and it has shown that schools provide a level of service to communities that reaches far beyond just academics. And the evolution of instruction that the educators and staff have diligently provided to the students of the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools has been exceptional. I know that both towns, Carrboro and Chapel Hill, have an even higher appreciation for the educators and school staff that have chosen to continue to support the needs of students in this district. So thank you all so much for recognizing me tonight. And I assure you that I am one of many great staff members that chose to grow the minds of kids in this town. So I look forward to continuing to see the town of Chapel Hill and the neighboring communities and businesses continue to support and lift up our schools and the staff of the Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools District. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And thank you again for what you do for all of our students and our community. We're so proud of you, our homegrown hero. Thank you. Okay, that was wonderful. Up next, Councilmember Gu has an announcement about Juneteenth in Chapel Hill. Ms. Gu?
Okay. For the over 150 years since the end of the American Civil War, Juneteenth has been one of the oldest national celebrations of the end of slavery in the United States. Juneteenth has its origin in June 19th, 1865, the date when enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, were among the last to be informed that the Emancipation Proclamation was in effect and that slavery has been abolished. Also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, and Celebration Day, Juneteenth is a time to reflect and take stock of the progress made since the abolition of the slavery, as well as the progress unmade and not made. Last year, Town Council declared Juneteenth to be an annual holiday in Chapel Hill, and we are pleased to proclaim June 19, 2021 as Juneteenth in Chapel Hill. In doing so, we urge all residents and employers to recognize the holiday and take the day to reflect and take action to advance freedom and equality. We also encourage everyone to join us in celebrating Black culture and customs by taking part in Chapel Hill Carrboro's first annual Juneteenth celebration, which will run from June 18th to June the 20th. This year's event includes a mixture of virtual and in-person events, and the information is available on the town's website and throughout our social media channels. So check it out.
Thank you. And again, we're very excited to be joining Carrboro and working together on this. Our staff's been working for a long time to make this a special time. The program is going to include a virtual video premiere on Friday evening at 7 p.m. That event will feature former Chapel Hill Mayor Howard Lee, Chapel Hill Poet Laureate C.J. Stewart, Carrboro Poet Laureate Fred Joyner, country music singer Rizzy Palmer, and Jackson Center and the town manager Maurice Jones, to just name a few of the celebrities on the video. There are going to be other events, a book talk, music series, motorcade, and more. We'll hope people will join us downtown as we celebrate, or you can join virtually as well. So thank you for that. All right, a couple of announcements. The COVID-19 vaccine program for homebound individuals is up and running, and we want to make sure everyone can get the vaccine who wants to get it. But if you're homebound, we can have the Orange County mobile vaccine team come to you. Contact folks on visiting the website or by calling 245-6127. We're very proud that our community is getting vaccinated at an astounding rate. We love that, but we want everyone to have the opportunity to get vaccinated. And I've already talked to you about the different council meetings, but on June 21st, next Monday, the concept plans will be for the J Street Apartments, the St. Paul Community Village, and the apartment complex at 101 East Rosemary Street. And then as a reminder, we may have a closed session immediately following the June 21st meeting. I know that we already have a couple of members who won't be able to attend. We hope you will follow on video after the meeting so you can see the comments on concept plans, which they're just their concept plans. So we have that. All right, any other announcements from council members? Okay, all right, sorry, switching paper here. All right, now it's time for public comment for items not on the printed agenda. And remember, that doesn't mean that if an item is closed for public hearing that you can talk about it in the comment period, just a friendly reminder. So we welcome your input though. I know we have a couple of petitions and we will start with those. And again, we ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes if you can. And Mr. Parker will help call you in 2 at a time. So I have Mr. Parker, I don't know. Okay.
Okay. I believe one person who signed up was wishing to speak about the aura. So unfortunately, we can't accommodate that individual. The next person would be Rachel Gray, followed by Robert Beasley.
Welcome, Ms. Gray.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for listening to my petition. I will just read it and it will take under 3 minutes. And I have sent all this in as an email as well. The Town of Chapel Hill's webpage for the West Chapel Hill Cemetery includes a 2011 investigation of the West Chapel Hill Cemetery by Environmental Services Incorporated. The study was performed for the Preservation Society of Chapel Hill, and the report is published on the Town of Chapel Hill website. The study focused on the site within the current boundary of the West Chapel Hill Cemetery. However, it included maps showing the larger original cemetery plans and research findings related to the original cemeteries, sections A and B, which extend east beyond the current cemetery boundary. The study research indicated that eastern portion of the original cemetery may have been used as a potter's field, citing a 1970s interview with town engineer at the time, Mr. Rose, and the findings suggest additional grave sites could exist beyond the current cemetery boundary. The study recommended investigating the possibility of unmarked or undocumented burials outside the current boundary with a geophysical survey of the portion of J Street that corresponds to Section A of the original cemetery. In looking at the maps within the study and at the concept plan proposal for the J Street Apartments Planning Project number 21-027, this area of potential unmarked or undocumented burials includes J Street itself and some of the land that would be the entryway for the proposed J Street Apartments. I have emailed a PDF file that highlights this information and includes the relevant maps from the 2011 study and concept plan proposal. In light of this information, I formally petitioned the Town Council to conduct the recommended actions from the 2011 Environmental Services Incorporated study of the West Chapel Hill Cemetery to determine the existence of grave sites outside the current cemetery boundaries prior to the development of J Street, and further approval of Town of Chapel Hill Planning Project number 21-027. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert Beasley, followed by Pamela Cooper.
Hi, this is Robert Beasley. Thank you very much. And on the 18th of September 2019 Town Council meeting, town staff provided an affordable housing prioritized site update, which covered a new planning process for affordable housing development on public land and the status of 3 town-owned sites that were being taken through this process. The process included an affordable housing feasibility report, which looked engineering feasibility of the sites, but did not assess the legal or ethical feasibility of the sites. In fact, there's no evidence that the legal or ethical feasibility of the proposed sites are considered anywhere in the new planning process. The J Street land tract 109778999279 was one of the 3 sites reviewed with the town council in this meeting and subsequently selected for prioritization as an affordable housing development site. The J Street land tract was purchased by the town of Chapel Hill in 2005 using funds from the 1996 and 2003 open space bond funds. The open space bond funds were approved by Chapel Hill residents to be used for land that would be preserved as open space for public use and enjoyment. This information was not included in the assessment of the J Street property as a candidate for the affordable housing development under the town's new planning process, and that information does not appear to have been disclosed or discussed with the town council in the 18th of September 2019 meeting. Had it been, the town council would have avoided the ethical conflict of using land purchased with open space bond funds for a residential development project that is inconsistent with the bond's intent. Furthermore, proceeding with the town of Chapel Hill's planning project number 21027 J Street Apartments is in violation of North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 160D, Local Planning and Development Regulation, Article 13, Additional Authority, Part 1, Open Space Acquisition, Section 160D-1303, Local Governments Authorized to Acquire and Reconvey Real Property. In light of this information, I formally petition the town council to stay further proceedings concerning planning project number 21027 J Street Apartments to revise the town's planning process for affordable housing development on public land so as to address the feasibility of the site selection beyond engineering considerations and to ensure the process conforms with North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 160D, Article 13. Furthermore, I ask the town council to reassess all sites that have been selected under the affordable housing development on public land planning process after the revisions are made, such that the town's affordable housing developments conform with Chapter 160D. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. It's our custom to take in petitions and refer them to the mayor and the manager.
Yep, we have one more speaker.
Okay, sorry, for a petition, okay?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
We have
Right.
Pamela Cooper.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking tonight as part of a concerned residents group based in the Village West community of Chapel Hill and its surrounding neighborhoods. We are opposing the development of a plot of land at 66 J Street. One of our concerns is the probability that clearing and paving this woodland site will cause severe drainage and flooding problems in our area and downhill to the Tanyard Branch Trail and Bolin Creek. There are already significant flooding issues in that area. Umstead Road floods regularly during heavy rain. I am petitioning the town council for a stormwater report on the J Street site. There is a meeting of the Stormwater Management Utility Advisory coming up, and we are hoping that this petition might be presented to them at their meeting on June the 22nd. If that isn't possible, we are asked respectfully for it to be considered before this development project proceeds any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move we receive and refer all petitions.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we receive petitions, refer them to the mayor and the manager. I will just give you a short update. Our manager is unable to join us tonight, so we have Mary Jane Nerlinger, our deputy manager, helping us with this meeting. But I'd already made an appointment with our attorney tomorrow to talk about some of these petitions and what it means for us doing the review of the concept plan for the J Street on Monday. We will have an answer back to you after we discuss this topic. But it is to be received and referred as a petition. Okay, I will need a roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boincy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well, so those will be received and referred. Thank you very much. Are there any other people wishing to speak that aren't petition, but just for comments not on the agenda? Okay. We have a revised consent agenda as item number 4 was pulled and moved to June 21st. How do we say on the consent agenda?
Move the consent agenda.
Second.
A move by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Nguyen to move the consent agenda. Roll call vote again, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson? Couldn't hear you. You were too quick.
Aye.
Mr. Boincy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. Okay, now I will need a motion from council to move item number 10, the University Place SUP hearing to June 28th.
So moved.
Second.
The move by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Nguyen. Whew, tongue twister there. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boincy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. Okay, that brings us to the first discussion item, number 6 on the agenda. Review the draft Orange County-wide racial equity plan framework. We have Ms. Buckley with us. Welcome. Ray, we're not in presentation mode and we can't hear you.
How about now?
There we go.
All right, I will kick us off. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Vinas, Assistant Director of Housing and Community, and I'm joined tonight by Ray Buckley, Director of Organizational and Strategic Initiatives. And we will be providing you with an overview of the Orange County Racial Equity Plan, which we have been working on developing with our counterparts over the last several months. We have been working together with Orange County, Carrboro, Hillsborough since the fall of 2020 to develop a shared approach to racial equity work going forward. This is work that will be carried forward by our new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Shanika Weeks, who will be starting work with the town next week. And Ray and I will be working closely with her through the transition, as well as our established GARE team, as we work to finalize the framework in the coming months. This evening, we have a 16-slide presentation that shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. So as I mentioned, all of the staff leads from each of the jurisdictions have been working together in developing this framework, and we are all sharing this report with our respective boards over the next couple of weeks. Orange County and Carrboro received their presentations last night, and Hillsborough next week. In terms of our agenda, what we'll cover, we'll start by giving a little bit of background around racial equity and GARE briefly. Then we'll walk you through an overview of the framework, share with you our proposed next steps, and then we invite your questions and feedback on the draft plan. As a reminder, GARE, or the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, is a national network of local government organizations focused on advancing racial equity by addressing institutional and structural racism. We joined GARE in 2019 in response to council interest, and staff have participated in many of the training and capacity building opportunities available through our membership. The town, along with staff from Carrboro, Orange County, and other municipalities across the state, also participated in a year-long cohort program focused on orienting staff to the GARE model. And when that program was completed, subsequently, Orange County convened all of the jurisdictions in the county to work together to develop a framework to outline our shared approach to racial equity. And I will note that according to GARE, we are the first collaboration of local governments in the country to develop a countywide shared racial equity plan framework. This has typically been approached on an organization by organization basis, and we're really excited to be working together across the county with our jurisdictional partners, because we know that the issues of institutionalized racism do not have jurisdictional bounds. So we want to work together to tackle this, this major issue. Orange County articulates the countywide commitment to racial equity through the mission statement that's listed here. We can go to the next slide, Ray. And before we walk you through the framework, did want to highlight again what we mean when we say racial equity. These are definitions that we take from the GARE organization. And they define racial equity as when race no longer predicts life outcomes, and as a result, outcomes for all groups are improved. GARE's approach really helps us to normalize conversations around race and operationalize strategies for advancing racial equity, both within the community, but as well as within our organization. So that's a brief summary of what racial equity is. This is something that we've covered previously in many presentations with you all. And now I will turn it over to Ray to share with you more information about the framework plan.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. As Sarah mentioned, I'll be walking through the institutional and organizational building that capacity for undertaking racial equity work across all of our municipalities. There's a lot of information in the packet. And so what this equity plan is about is building that capacity. What it does not have are these specific goals and objectives that each municipality will develop with community engagement as a next step. So the real kind of meat and potatoes of this approach is captured in the racial equity review tool, which is on page 49 of the packet. And this review tool, we started calling it a review tool instead of just a tool. It's really establishes a process and questions to address racial equity in decision-making and helps align our racial equity goals with our desired outcomes. What we have found is that in starting to use it and learning more about it, it's best to have it embedded in the decision framing, research, engagement, and evaluation. So there have been times where we've sort of tried to say, okay, you know, we're at this decision point, let's try to apply it now. But it's really something that has to be kind of embedded from the beginning. So we're really going to be working on how to bring that forward in an institutional manner to support the council. The tool goes through, you know, ideally starting out with your desired result. So that's a really important starting point for the GARE model, is stating your desired result. And then you're looking at your data and analysis to see who may benefit or be impacted by this undertaking, and working with community and those who would be most impacted to consider the decision, and then building an accountability structure that I'll go into in the next slide. So I'll move on from the racial equity tool to evaluation and accountability, which is a section that focuses on results-based accountability. This is something that, you know, I think Sarah and I have had to shift our brains around, which is the model really starts out with this idea of setting a desired result and really doesn't go away from that. It's like you set your desired result and then you pick your indicators that you're going to look at and decide how you want those to move. Once you have that, you then undertake your activities. I think I wanted to give you an example. I'll do that in the next slide, I think. So this is also in your packet. There's a list of a lot of questions. I think a lot of the tool really boils down to making sure you're constantly checking in on these questions. So this list is about overall starting out with your desired results and articulating what those results would look like, and then picking your community indicators that would measure those desired results, asking what the data tells us, considering who the partners would be, talking about what changes, what activities would we have to do to change the data trend towards racial equity, and what actions, then finally ending up with what actions should we start with. So undertaking the racial equity tool and the results-based accountability, a big section of our plan is about establishing a strategy for training. And so I think our approach is to develop a training program that provides training to policymakers, managers, staff, boards and commissions, and community partners who are all going to be involved in a very systemic approach to racial equity. Because I think the end focus is building that capacity, our overall capacity to advance racial equity and embed racial equity into all of our systems. The other piece that's involved in kind of the capacity and the approach to racial equity is around community engagement. And so we recognize that each of the municipalities are constantly taking on innovative and meaningful methods to engage marginalized communities. So the plan does not speak to tactics, it pulls up to think about principles. And so the principles involved in engagement when we're working on racial equity have to do with shifting power. And shifting power to share that power with communities that you are engaging with. So these principles are, government is committed to change toward a new power dynamic for shared decision-making, working together with the community. Government will listen, learn, and implement solutions from all communities, especially impacted communities of color. Government will co-design desired results and engagement processes with the community. And government will provide training and technical assistance for employees seeking to engage and build partnerships with the community. So the final piece that is a really important piece to this model is building out the data that you need to think about what your desired results are and to think about which data you want to see changed and disaggregate it by race. Orange County is working with SAS to build out a racial equity index, which is basically a big data set. And that would be a dashboard tool available to the public to assess equity questions, and will include dashboards with maps and key performance indicators. And they're just going under a contract with SAS. So I think we'll have more of a sense of what the scope of that project is in the weeks and potentially months to come. And we'll keep you posted on that. But the key is with the data is that this is the key to presenting a descriptive picture of where the county and municipalities are trying to head. So, you know, using indicators to say, this is where our desired result, this is what it would look like in terms of metrics, and then providing prescriptive information to inform decision-making and tracking our progress over time. Those are the sections inside the framework plan, and our next steps are to continue to refine this based on further input, including the input from our new DEI officer, as Sarah mentioned, where we want to conduct additional community engagement around these organizational and institutional capacity building, and then return to the fall to council to consider this for approval. And meanwhile, definitely working on building out a training strategy. So I'm going to stop sharing and turn it back over to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there clarifying questions from council? Mr. Pointsy.
Yep, just two questions. So I'm wondering for our new DEI officer, and I saw a question in the chat box that stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. But what will her role be with respect to the racial equity plan once it is approved?
Ray, are you, I think you're on mute.
Do you want me to take that one?
Oh, I thought you were speaking. No, I'm happy to comment on that.
We're going to be looking to the DEI officer to provide strategic leadership across all of our diversity, equity, and inclusion projects and initiatives. The manager has expressed that this position will definitely interface with the council quite a bit to organize and translate the priorities of the council into all of those things that are underway and then beginning projects that aren't underway yet. So Sarah and I are preparing to really kind of look toward our DEI officer for leadership on next steps with the GARE project and really continue to support it as well. So not like walking away from it, but definitely welcoming some sense of leadership that brings a lot of these initiatives all together.
Got it. And that actually leads into my next question, which is what are your roles going to be, Ms. Buckley and Ms. Vinyas, once the plan is approved?
Yeah, I think given how comprehensive in scope the framework is, we anticipate that all teams across the town will be involved in some way. And I think given the work of housing and community, we anticipate being centrally involved, but I think we're still in the process of determining exactly how that will look as we move towards implementation. And the next step after we develop this high level framework, which is essentially saying, this is our approach to doing racial equity work in Orange County. Each organization will then develop their specific plans that includes specific strategies, key performance indicators, timelines. So it will become much more detail oriented, and that's when we will be engaging departments specifically. Ray, anything you would add on that?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, just one quick one. You know, in terms of the training, you know, a lot of the training seems to be largely focused on the town staff and to a lesser extent on boards and commissions. But do we plan to undertake any training based in the community to help folks in the community understand how to better interact with the government? You know, you talk about changing the power sharing dynamic. Will we be doing any training in the, you know, in the general community to help them understand what, you know, how they can be most effective in doing that?
GARE their approach is really focused on organizational training and change. So I think if we were to do that, we would be looking at other models like REI, which we have hosted previously through the library to make that available to the public. And I think there's certainly a lot more that we could do on that. But I think we would be looking to other models outside of GARE for racial equity training, since theirs is more focused organizationally.
Thank you.
Ms. Stegman, then Ms. Ryan.
Thanks for that. I have a few questions about the tool, the draft tool. One question is, this may be too detailed for where we are in the process, so just tell me that if we are. I was just thinking about sort of once that tool is completed, like what happens to it and who decides if it's kind of accurate or complete or that kind of thing. I don't know if you've gotten to that point though, which is fine.
We have taken at a staff level the tool as it was designed by GARE and tried to modify it to fit I think, a more accessible language structure and make it into something that we sort of recognize in terms of tools that we use in our business planning process or in our budget process. So I think what you see is something that we anticipate being able to implement, but looking for direction on, which policy areas, which decision points would be most beneficial, because I think it does take resources and time to apply this tool. I think, what else was I going to say to your question? Okay, I'll stop there. I feel like I had more to say, but I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that's helpful. And so another question I have, it seems like the tool is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like it's designed to focus on kind of a specific program or initiative or effort. But how is it also intended to help us sort of uncover kind of systemic issues in a broader way? Like we said, one of our principles is, this listening, learning, and shared decision-making with the community. But if the way we're engaging community is not equitable, then we're not going to be successful at that. So how do we look at sort of bigger structural inequities? Can the tool be used in that way as well?
I mean, I think so. I think it is going to scale up and down. We tried it initially at the staff level with the purchase of a garbage truck, and it is perhaps a smaller scale decision, but in undertaking a purchase of that magnitude, you're still considering who's benefited, who's impacted. And I think those are the ways in which you begin to address those organizational and structural, institutional level decision-making. So it may seem a smaller scale, but I think the discussions that are involved in it actually bring up a lot of topics around who is benefiting from services and purchases and decisions. So I don't know, Sarah, I think it's a great question. And I think we are here to use it as well as we can to address the council's interests. And if it's not addressing it at that level, we'll continue to work on building it out.
Yeah, I think that raises a key question that the subcommittee that helped develop the tool was considering, Councilmember Stegman, is GARE's tool is really designed, as you said, for specific initiatives and programs. But I agree with Ray. I think that it could be used to look at broader issues. And I think engagement would certainly be a key area that we would want to use the tool with.
Thanks. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. And also, Ray, to your point, that sort of the lessons and takeaways, hopefully they'll be applicable and we'll continue to build on that learning. Final question. I don't know if this came up, but I know the county has a tool they use. It's not a racial equity tool. It's more like a social justice assessment kind of that they have with all their agenda items. I was just wondering if any county staff talked about that tool and any learnings or what has worked with that or not worked that we can learn from and not make the same, to use and benefit from.
I'll go out on a limb and say from a strategic planning perspective, I think it has to be included with all of your systemic decision making. So, when we considered undertaking something of that nature or proposing it, I would say, I don't consider undertaking that, but we may propose that forward. One thing is that, it would be helpful for the council to have considerations of environmental and social justice and economic development. And so I think it would be beneficial to think about those kinds of systemic questions and, think about them systemically and bring forward that kind of analysis. That's my reaction to the way that is used, is that I think it's really helpful and important. And I think it also belongs in a broader picture of priority and structures that the council has and articulates often to the community about, where the policy direction is headed and how these decisions are fitting into all of those different frameworks. But I'd be curious if Sarah or anyone else has anything.
Yeah, I don't think it hasn't come up to my recollection during our process, and my sense of how that uses it's pretty general. So it doesn't go very deep as this tool does, but it is helpful in terms of keeping at the forefront social justice and social equity issues for all of their agenda items. And that is an approach that is used by other organizations to include it in their agenda items.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
Hi, thank you. Ray, earlier you said that it will take resources and time to apply this tool. I know that we already ask a great deal of our staff, so I'm thinking we don't have a lot of extra bandwidth. So have you guys talked about how you'll find the resources to undertake this? And, you know, I mean, if we adopting a plan without resourcing it is not a recipe for success.
I think right now we are resourced to create this structure and what we've been bringing forward to you. And as we begin to build out a plan with the council, that will be a conversation that should be part of it. I think it's very similar to how you've done your affordable housing and environmental sustainability conversations, you know, setting your goals, setting your long range vision, and then thinking about how it gets funded in the long run. But I also feel like the resources of the Community Connections team really dovetails into this as well, and is already sort of building out relationships that are so critical to undertaking this work in the way that GARE has set out for us. So I feel like as an institution and organization, we have you know, more resources maybe than, you know, some other organizations who are just beginning this journey.
Okay, so I guess in the fall, I guess we'll be talking more about that as you get more experience applying the tool, and then those will be ongoing conversations.
Yeah, I think as you build out, as the town builds out more specific goals for Chapel Hill, you know, what are those goals that we have and actions that we want to take? What would be the resources required to make that happen? Yeah,
I think one of the questions I have is just, you know, when I look at that framework, I know that in order to really get to the root of the issue that you have, there's lots of questions, and there, you know, it's a complicated process. So it's not even once we've identified the project, it's just how we go through that beginning work and make sure that that's done well, and that, you know, that staff has time to do it well, and that you have the people you need to do it. So as you move forward, think about that. I know our staff is generally willing and excited about ideas like this and ready to take extra things on. We don't want to kill you, so just be realistic about what time it takes and what resources you're going to need.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
All right, we need to keep moving along. Ms. Gu, please.
Well, you mentioned about the goal for this DI work. I think one goal is you made out the power shift, and how to make sure that it is, you know, the race is not the predictor for outcomes, both for individual life outcomes and at the operation of the institutional level. I think these are very good points. So so I'm just curious that for this work group, how different community groups are being represented, especially to the point of, are there any Asian American organizations or groups are being represented? If you can share any information in that would be great.
Absolutely. To this point, we conducted one information session to gather input on the framework. And as Ray mentioned, we anticipate doing a lot more community engagement this summer. But where we really think that it makes sense to engage the community is when we're developing the Chapel Hill specific racial equity plan, because that's when it's going to become a lot more concrete. And we'll be asking the community for input on specific strategies. This is really high level. So we welcome input, and we did have one information session. We're going to do more engagement, and we'll be sure to include outreach to all community groups in Chapel Hill and make sure that we include groups representing the Asian community in Chapel Hill. But to this point, it's been more limited because it's very high level. And what we're essentially trying to do is adopt the GARE model for racial equity work and reach agreement around using that model throughout Orange County.
Okay, so for your very high level group, work group, what racial compositions, if you can share information?
You froze.
Councilmember Gu, you froze. I think you were asking about the composition of the groups that we engaged so far. Is that right?
No, I'm asking your work group, this very high level. Can you hear me? I see that their message on the internet is unstable.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking this high level, what kind of is in this high level group, trying to set up the framework for all the follow-up works?
I hope that I understood your question correctly, but the staff working group has been comprised of staff leads from Orange County, which was Annette Moore, Anita McNamara from Carborough, and then Jen De La Valle from Hillsborough. So it's actually been majority people of color, all women-led group at a staff level. And I hope that I responded to your question. You did cut out, so I apologize if
Yeah,
I responded to your question.
Yeah, well, I think that information is helpful. I'm just trying to make sure that at this very high level, that the foundation level, that we actually have representations from different groups. Because for us to address those racial equity inclusivity, I think we need to from the start, from the very beginning, that we want to make sure that all the groups are being represented and included in the process.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
All right, I'm going to wrap up with a question, then we'll open this up for the public. I know that GARE is about working with racial equity, but where do we find room, or do we have capacity to also include people with disabilities? We know that we have folks who have different kinds of exclusion things that have happened. So is that something that could be incorporated into this as well?
Ray, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would say the GARE model does discuss this topic of why start with race. And I think it's there, I'll try to articulate it, but the idea is that there are so many systemic and institutional racial equity issues that as we start to work on those, we will uncover the way that they are working, and we'll develop tools to and we'll start to understand how our decision making is benefiting and impacting, right? And I think that in their advocacy, that is a methodology that then begins to highlight marginalized populations across all spectrums. So I think it's a race first, not a race only kind of approach.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we open up this item for public comment. If you're wishing to speak on this, please use the raise your hand function, or if you're on the phone, *9, and Mr. Parker will help bring you in.
There is nobody.
There was a raised hand earlier from someone who's been using the chat quite a bit. Do they wish to speak? The Lopez organization?
Yeah, I don't see any raised hands though.
Okay.
I don't know if
All right.
Mr. or Ms. Lopez is wishing to speak, but there's no raised hands.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. I bring this back to council. We do have some other items tonight, and you're welcome, if you think of more ideas, to send them in to Ms. Buckley and Ms. Vinyas as you come across those. But are there any final comments? Other than we're glad you're working on this. We're glad we have a new DEI officer, and we look forward to positive outcomes as we work together, and yay for working in collaboration with our other partners. That's a really good. And we love our dashboards. It's so helpful for us to be able to access the information in ways that we can understand and share with others. So we like the dashboard approach. Any other final comments? All right, then we will move on to thank you very much. We will move on to item number 7. Consider land use management ordinance text amendment, proposed changes to section 3.11 regarding Blue Hill Form District use categories. I'll remind the public that this was closed for the public hearing, so we won't be taking comments on this one. We will be deliberating on this via council. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Colleen Wilker. I'm the Director of Planning, and I'm here to present the Blue Hill Land Use Management Ordinance Text Amendment. I have about 6 slides, and it should take about 3 minutes. Our recommendation is to consider adopting the resolution of consistency and enacting Ordinance A. And this is the process. It's been to Planning Commission, and you heard it in May, and we're asking for action this evening. And the goal of this ordinance text amendment is to include short-term rentals in the Blue Hill district, including the short-term rental primary residence and short-term rental dedicated in the zones that are in the Blue Hill. And the use categories, you see the definition in front of you. There is a procedural technicality because of the parallel conversation that's happening with the town-wide short-term rental ordinance. And so we've added some text that is basically upon adoption of the town-wide ordinance, there would be a cross-reference for the definitions. And so if there's any changes, it would be just a cleaner sort of way of keeping the language updated, and it would give it a bit more longevity. And our recommendation is to consider adopting the resolution of consistency and enacting Ordinance A, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, council member, any clarifying questions? Ms. Ryan.
So in the weekly questions this week, I asked if we can't have some way to make this ordinance meet the provisions of the larger townwide short-term rental ordinance that we're going to look at later this evening. So if we wanted that to happen, how could we do it within this ordinance, within this set of legislation?
Right, that's a good question. I think the question was about adding the Blue Hill zones into the use table in section 6, I believe. And because
I got a thumbs down on that one.
Oh, did you? So because section 6 doesn't apply to Blue Hill, I think that's why we said we could do it here. And so if that's the case, I think that's where we could cross-reference the townwide ordinance. And so you would have to add language to this code saying upon enactment, then, you know, the STR regulations in section 6, blah, 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 would apply
here. Yeah, I would very much like to do that. I know that when we talk about the larger short-term rental ordinance, we'll be talking about limiting the number of dedicated rentals in an apartment building, for example, or so. And I'd very much like those rules to apply here as well.
Council, can I see if there's a thumbs up for including that this evening? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, all right, there we go. Okay, were there other questions? All right.
So just, can we do that this evening? Or are you going to be able to add wording so that will go into effect tonight and we don't have to bring it back as another text amendment?
I don't believe so, but I would defer to Anne for that.
So I'm not sure I understand the question entirely. So what you're saying is if you want to make a change to the text of the Blue Hill district language, could you do that tonight? I would say the answer to that is no.
This question was asked at the last meeting and we were told that it would be taken care of. So I'm kind of surprised that it hasn't been.
My recollection was that that the staff's clear directive was to limit this ordinance to the change from commercial to residential.
But
so we may have gotten
a question was asked at the last meeting that would the provisions regarding multifamily apply in Blue Hill, and we told the answer to that would be yes.
I believe the question was if it could happen, and we said you could cross-reference it. I don't know if there was a clear directive or consensus from council. So if I misunderstood, then that's my mistake. I apologize. But that's how we understood it, was
It
just
is
to
certainly
limit
possible to make,
the
yeah,
use.
sorry.
No, it's
So
okay.
can we add that language now, or does it have to require then a whole nother process to go through another text amendment through the planning commission? Can we not just do it tonight?
I think you would have to do a text amendment. And so, you know, we could package that with future Blue Hill modifications to the text, to the ordinance. We could package that with future STR ordinance text amendments, because I know that could be a potential opportunity there.
We're just leaving a loophole a mile wide here.
A loophole as to what exactly?
As to the fact that people will be able to be put in STRs in an unlimited fashion in multifamily residences in the Blue Hill district.
I hear you.
Okay, so procedurally, it sounds like we can enact this change that's already been vetted by the Planning Commission and through a public hearing. And then it sounds like council is interested in having a process to add this other, close the loophole on this Blue Hill. I don't know if there'd be time to have it done in time for the 23rd, because I don't think the Planning Commission's meeting again, or time to notice this. So we could look for it to come back in the fall first up. So I bring this back to council. Would you like to enact the ordinance that we've already been talking with about the use category change?
I'm fine with that, but I think I agree with Mr. Parker that we're building in a giant loophole here. And if I understand procedurally, well, if we can't do it, we can't do it, but that we should move forward as quickly as possible with that. And I don't know when the Planning Commission meets first and third meetings. Yeah, I don't have the town calendar right here. They meet first and third Tuesdays.
I know, but we have to notice it, those kinds of things. So we need time. So we'll ask the staff to act expeditiously on this additional change.
I move the resolution of consistency.
Second.
Then moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman. I'll need a roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy,
Aye.
Ms. Gu,
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen,
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman,
Aye.
and the mayor says aye as well.
I move ordinance A.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman for ordinance A. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy,
Aye.
Ms. Gu,
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen,
Aye.
Ms. Ryan,
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. So that has been enacted. Thank you very much. And if there is a path to get it done before we break, I know we're meeting on the 28th. I don't know if there's time for the Planning Commission to see it, but we don't like the loopholes, I guess what we're telling you. We'd like to see what happens with that, please. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, council. Moving along, that brings us to item number 8. Consider an application for conditional zoning, the ARA development at 1000 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard from residential 1 to office institutional 3, the project 20-074. As a friendly reminder, this public hearing is closed. This will be council deliberation. Thank you.
And good evening. And I believe you're seeing that properly now. Is that correct?
No, it's in presentation mode again. Sorry, it's not in presentation mode. It's in dual slide mode.
Now is it?
No.
All right, let me just, I apologize. Is that working for you?
No, but
Okay.
we can see it. So, I mean.
So let me have Colleen try to see if she can share it. I don't know what's going on with my machine here.
Still not in presentation mode. I don't know what that setting is, but it's not presentation
Yeah,
mode.
you need to do the there you go.
There you go.
So good evening, I apologize for that. I'm Judy Johnson with our planning department, and here with, as the mayor has said, the Aura development. This is a conditional zoning application. Just to let you know where we are in the process. Sorry, Colleen, did you switch? If you can go to the next slide. So we have gone through a process. We did hold a public hearing to continue the public hearing from the 12th of May to the 26th. We are here before you this evening for council action. I'm looking for consideration of adoption of Resolution 7, which was the resolution of consistency with the comprehensive plan, as well as consideration of enactment of revised ordinance 2. That would approve the development. I do want to draw your attention. I believe you were sent later this afternoon or late this afternoon a revised resolution or revised ordinance. This was with some adjustments to condition number 30 regarding the stormwater management plan, which I'll discuss in a minute. And next slide. So just briefly to talk through this, the property is about 16 acres. We've talked about this a couple of times, so I'm not going to spend much time here. They are proposing to rezone the property to Office Institutional 3. This would be a conditional zoning district. And this would include construction of 419 residential units along with 15,000 square feet of commercial space approximately. Next slide. And push again. So the site, I think we all are fairly familiar with it, just to the north of the Amity Methodist Church, to the south of Shadowwood Apartments in Cocoa Woods. And you can see the Horace Williams runway to the west of the property. Next slide. Do you want to cover a couple of topics that we heard at the last meeting back at the end of May? We have done quite a bit of work on these and want to share some of that. First, we're going to start with traffic, and I'm going to ask Kumar Nepali to join me in a little bit of discussion on what he has been going through on that. So next slide. You're muted, Kumar.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. We had several meetings last week and this week with NCDOT staff. They actually came to town to look at this intersection, Estes Drive and Somerset, which is a most concerned traffic intersection by community and by staff. I think I'm comfortable to say they recognized that DOT staff recognized, they communicated to me yesterday. This came from the division engineer, NCDOT Greensboro division engineer office. They said they see a real benefit of a traffic signal at Somerset and Estes Drive because of the multi-use path and also bike lanes and upcoming crosswalks with rectangular rapid flashing beacon, increased traffic and increased delay and queue lengths. And as we know, there was many signal warrants to justify a traffic signal, but one of the signal warrant that I think they recognized that vehicle backing up all the way to Caswell Road during PM peak hour. I think having a signal here not only reducing the backups and gives breaks, the signal can be coordinated with the signal at MLK and also at the Caswell at the school, existing signals. And it also improves the pedestrian safety and bicycle safety along the corridor. They recognized those things, and they said they would like to gather more information as time progress and work with town staff and community and council to come up with a resolution for that intersection.
I'm going to jump in for a minute. I spoke to Wright Archer this afternoon again. I know Kumar's been working from the staff side and I've been working from the other side. And I talked with Mike Fox, who's chair of the Transportation Board, verifying what Kumar is saying, that they understand our desire here because we don't have pedestrian counts to warrant right now, but we will have pedestrian counts when the multimodal use path goes in and the bike paths go in, that they understand the future of this corridor and that safety is a top priority of this council, that they said that we could find a way towards this signal, especially as things are moving along. And if the town is really determined to have a signal here, and I think Kumar is determined that we do something for safety here, that we can work towards a yes on this signal at this site. They did say this site was more in line than the proposed entrance to Aura because of the project that's going to line up across the other way there. But at this point in time, the traffic counts do not warrant a signal, but the pedestrian counts could. And so there is a way towards yes, just to verify that again today. He said I could share that with you all.
Okay, Colleen, next slide, please. So next topic we wanted to touch a little bit on was the cross-section of the Estes Drive. This is the town connectivity project along Estes Drive to improve from Caswell to Martin Luther King with bike and pedestrian improvements. So this graphic is from the applicant's proposal, and staff is recommending a slight modification to this. Your revised ordinance A does include stipulation number 18, which details a 2-foot planting strip, a 5-foot bike lane, and then a 6-foot landscape strip instead of the 7-foot shown here, and an 8-foot sidewalk instead of the 7-foot sidewalk shown on this graphic. We have been working with the applicant and town staff this afternoon to come up with a proposed stipulation that hopefully reaches a compromise between us and the applicant. And that's, if we can go to the next slide, is shown on the next slide. So I'm not going to read the whole thing at this point, but this would be combining stipulation or condition number 17 and 18. We have left some of our specificity there on the 5-foot bike lane, the minimum of a 6-foot planting strip, and the 8-foot sidewalk, and giving some flexibility. We have that 2-foot planting strip, and our staff believes that maintaining that 8-foot sidewalk is more valuable to us than to that 2-foot planting strip. So, and it also includes widening the lanes of Estes from 10 feet to 11 feet. And all the details of this would be approved by the town manager and NCDOT before this project would proceed. So we are recommending this condition be substituted for number 17 and number 18 be removed from ordinance A. And next slide. So another addition which is shown in the revised ordinance that you have is, this was discussed at the May 26th meeting, was the decoupling of the parking. So it's just a stipulation to ensure that the parking spaces for the renters and would be separated from the apartment rental. And next slide. One of the questions that we've heard was regarding this median that's proposed along Martin Luther King there. And if you hit the button again, Colleen, a little circle will show up. So that median is shown there. It's just, you can see just at the north of the graphic is the turn into the Shadowwood Apartments. So this is a median that would be put in there would, I mean, this is has not been approved by DOT or the town at this point, but it's just a representation. This would prevent left turns in and left turns out of that entrance. And it's approximately about 350 feet to the north of the intersection of Martin Luther King and Estes. And next slide. And hit it one more time. And I wanted to walk through a couple technical details on regarding some stormwater issues. And we do have our stormwater staff here when this gets beyond what I can understand. So since our meeting at the end of May, we met with the officials of Amity Church and some neighbors and discovered, or at least came to our attention, a couple of changes that we want to bring to your attention and were brought to our attention. One culvert, the one to the west there circled, which we believe is probably was problematic for Amity Church with those flooding videos that they shared, and that the proposal from the Aura project is that the stormwater will be diverted from this culvert. Their stormwater would be flowing into the site to their stormwater facility that they are installing underground to the north of where we are. So their flow would not be entering this culvert, which we believe would probably help quite a bit of that runoff that Amity saw from that video. And if you hit the slide again, the second culvert is just to the east of the property. We believe is undersized. Is a stipulation in the ordinance. But we have since found out that as part of the town project, our Estes Drive project, that we're upsizing that culvert from a 24 to a 42-inch culvert. The developer, we understand, has agreed to do a downstream analysis of this culvert as part of their stormwater plan. This would be all conducted during the final plan review of the project. And next slide. We also have included a new stipulation, which is in the ordinance that you have, and this is what we have added, was regarding the stormwater management plan. So the site will control peak flow to the pre-development discharge rates for the 1, 2, and 25-year storm, which they would have to under our ordinance. But the applicant has agreed to also extend that to the 50 and the 100-year storm events. And just wanted to clarify, we discussed this at the May meeting. Just want to make sure that this is just called out in your ordinance of the affordable proposal, the 8 affordable townhomes for sale at 80% for residents earning up to 80% of the AMI, with a condition that the exteriors are indistinguishable from the market rate. The Community Land Trust has indicated they would prefer those units with garage spaces. And then the remaining would be 29 affordable rental units, and this would be for a period of 30 years with, as you can see there, 9 at 80% and 20 at 65%. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. And as I said, we have stormwater staff, we have our transportation planning staff, and of course, Kumar Nepali is here.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman, and then Ms. Anderson, sorry.
So one of the things that, has clearly been a concern, in both, I think certainly the community and probably within the council, certainly it's been a concern of mine, is stormwater and, getting away from sort of the technical details, which are obviously important, how things will be experienced by folks in the surrounding area. And so if you'll bear with me, I just wanted to go through sort of my understanding and make sure that what I'm saying is correct and see if we can translate this into language that, everybody can understand. So the first is my understanding is that the stormwater that currently leaves the site to the north and gets into the Huntington Somerset community will be reduced by, I think it was 50% from, I think 3% to 1.5% of the site. So that that is intended to actually improve the stormwater situation for the community north of the Aura site. Is that a correct statement?
What I can say, when you're citing the 3% to 1.5, that's the amount of area going to the north. That's not stormwater, but that's the amount of area directed north would be reduced by 50%.
And what about the water flow? Do we know how much, what that will do in terms of translating it into actually a flow of water?
I can pull up those numbers to answer. We do have those numbers.
But it is intended to reduce the flow of water to the north. Is that correct?
Correct. It will be lower than the existing flow rates.
And so would it be fair to say that the neighbors to the north will experience, under, I don't know what circumstances, no adverse impacts from the project, and it may in fact help them? Is that fair, or is that am I mistaken in that?
I mean, it will be lower storm flows.
So
We
presumably,
don't, it's subjective to say what, it's lower storm flows than what they're receiving now.
so they will have less water.
Yes.
Okay. English is a wonderful language when we use it. So next, Judy just went through what might, how things will play out for the Amity site. And not only are they, again, if I read the materials correctly, not only are they diverting water away from that culvert, but they're actually blocking off that culvert in an attempt, or I don't know what the reason is, but again, that should improve the situation for the Amity Church. Is that correct?
I would defer to NCDOT if they're allowing that culvert to be filled in. Because that would be someone else's infrastructure and they would need to get permission from DOT. But the plan is to grade it towards the site and then collect it on the street, on their property side with yard inlets, and convey it all to the stormwater treatment on site. I can't speak to the culvert because we would have to get approval from DOT.
But again,
yes,
if everything goes according to plan, I think I'm just restating what Judy said, it will improve things for the church.
Yeah, it would improve the runoff to the church if by grading all the land towards their site as opposed to towards Estes, where it overflows to Estes to the south side of the street.
So now most of the stormwater is going through the stormwater facility that they're building sort of at the southeast part of their site, right? And some, I don't know much about the details, but ultimately the water from there, if it doesn't perk into the ground, will be released through a new culvert that will go underneath Estes, right? So the current culvert is deemed to be inadequate. The new culvert presumably is adequate, and the vast majority or some majority of the stormwater will go through that culvert. Is that correct?
Yeah, 78, I think, % of the site is going to be directed to that culvert under Estes.
Then one of the stipulations, I don't remember which one, and I may be paraphrasing, so forgive me, but it says that before they can build, they have to do an analysis that shows that that new culvert can accommodate the flow that will be coming from that stormwater detention facility, correct?
That is correct. That is a stipulation.
What happens if when they do the analysis, it isn't adequate? What happens then?
Judy and I were discussing this earlier. If they cannot demonstrate that it can safely convey through the culvert, then it would be a problematic situation for public safety. So we would go back and may have to come back to council, or we would have discussions with DDOT for sizing, because flooding Estes is not something we would want to happen.
So we can be assured that this project is not going to get built until that culvert has been deemed to be adequate to accommodate the flow that's going to be directed toward it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the culvert should be sized appropriately for the amount of water leaving the site.
And then I guess the last question sort of for me is, so once the water goes through that culvert, we're now assuming it's the right size culvert and it's accommodating, as you said, 78% of the water from the site in storm events. Where does it go? Because one of the comments in the material was that people living near a stream or something won't be flooded, but will see water going past for a longer period of time. So could you talk a little bit about where that water is going and what the impact on the community residents in that area will experience?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak generally. The culvert's going to the other side of the street, and it goes to an infrastructure box. And then there's a pipe that goes out, and there will be a dissipator pad where the stream is. And so the water will be conveyed to a point to connect to the stream downstream of Estes. And then it will be conveyed through the stream to Bowling Creek.
And so do we know, or will we know, that that stream can accommodate this additional flow of water under various rain circumstances without causing flooding to surrounding properties?
I would defer to the engineers, to the consultants, because at this point, that's out of the property limits for the project. So
yeah, but I mean, basically saying, well, the project has done a fine job and now it's somebody else's problem, doesn't seem like a very satisfactory solution.
Yeah, it's a difficulty because the way that the LUMA ordinance is structured is that they have to safely convey it off the site. So if the culvert can withstand it, that's basically the point of construction for the flow. I would defer to, you can ask the consultants if they've looked at this, or, for the analysis prepared for us, that it's based on the culvert for the downstream.
So then let me ask a question. In the same way that you've said that the applicant needs to demonstrate the adequacy of the culvert before construction can proceed, is it with the app, and you've said that going further than that is not within the bounds of our LUMO, but would the applicant be willing on a voluntary basis to undertake an analysis before construction demonstrating that the increased flow from that culvert will not have an adverse impact on surrounding properties?
I think that question would be for the consultant.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Would that be Mr. Jewell or Mr. Freeman here?
Yeah. Hi, folks. I guess we're being brought in, and that's absolutely fine. So thank you, everybody. Dan Jewell with CJT PA. Happy to be here. Our entire team is here to answer questions, and let's just go ahead and dive into that. I'm going to introduce Mr. Hunter Freeman with McAdams. He's the stormwater engineer, and he's been paying rapt attention, and I believe has a response to that. Councilman Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Parker, and good to see everyone tonight. So the answer to your question is twofold, I guess. One, and focusing on our site, is that we've made a commitment, and you'll see it in the updated stormwater documents as well, to reduce the peak flow at all discharge points, but specifically, most of our flow is going to this one that flows under that culvert, to reduce that peak flow for the 1 year, 2 year, 25, 50, and 100-year storms to below pre-development conditions. And so we are reducing the peak flow that flows to that culvert. I don't know that we've analyzed the existing culvert as of yet. However, with the information about the proposed or underway 42-inch culvert that will be put in, we're happy to include that in our future stormwater impact statement and analysis. But I believe our analysis would stop there. And then just again to stress that we are reducing peak flows for all of those storm events. And so yeah, that in itself, I think satisfies the town's requirement for showing no adverse impact downstream.
So if I can try paraphrasing, again, just I'm trying to make sure everybody understands what's going to happen or not going to happen. So what you're saying is that up to a 100-year storm event, the flow that currently leaves the site, this flow that will leave the site from that point will be less than the flow that leaves it today.
That's correct.
So therefore, what you're saying, again, and Alicia, please make sure I'm not overstepping, that the flow that goes into that stream in events up to a 100-year event will be less than what's flowing into that stream today.
That's correct.
So I just want to say when we talk about flows, we're talking about peak flow rates and total volumes. So the peak rate going through that stream is being controlled, but a site, if it has total volume, it would be discharged over several number of days. So it's people who might look at a stream now where it might only see rain or water in the stream for a few days, every couple of days, it may now see water when that stormwater device is draining down for 2 to 5 days. That water will be draining down at a slow rate, limited, it's a controlled rate, but the water has to leave the site. So it has to go in that direction.
Right, but the water will stay in the stream and it's not going to wind up in anybody's living room.
We have not looked at that stream, so I don't, it's hard to ascertain what's going to happen to that stream. The rates are supposed to be at the same rate it is now.
And do we know if the area around that stream today experiences flooding, or is that a fairly, is that an area that is doing reasonably well?
I don't have any information about the area around that stream.
Okay.
If you look on the map, Mr. Parker, it's a relatively undeveloped part where it is there and some steep slopes to that stream area. So there's no way to gauge if it's any.
Okay, that's fine, but that's good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, well, this has been, for me, I don't know, I'm sure my colleagues will have more questions. Just one last somewhat unrelated question, not for Alicia, but actually for maybe Judy. It was my understanding that the applicant was committing to accept what formerly were known as Section 8 vouchers for the rental units on the site. I didn't see that mentioned in your presentation, but it was communicated to me. So is that valid, or has something changed?
So the council did discuss that at the public hearing back in May. The applicant has not agreed. I assume Susanna Dancy would like to have a response to that.
Yes, we will accept Section 8 vouchers on this project.
So we need to write that in as a stipulation, do we not?
If Judy says
so.
Yeah,
I'm addressing it to Judy. So just to be clear, that you will be accepting Section 8 vouchers on all rentals?
On all of the affordable rentals, yes.
On only the affordable rentals? The affordable rentals don't need Section 8 vouchers because they're affordable.
No, they need the Section 8 vouchers. They do.
They do.
People at 65% of AMI also need these. And so, but you're not going to be accepting Section 8 vouchers for the market rate apartments.
My understanding is that that some of the Section 8 renters might be making 35% AMI, and so then the Section 8 voucher brings them up to the 65% AMI level.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I apologize for taking everybody's time.
Okay, well, it's a good stormwater discussion. Ms. Stegman, followed by Ms. Anderson, then Mr. Boyncy, then Ms. Goode.
That was a very good use of time, Councilmember Parker. So thank you. One of my questions was asked and answered. I wanted to clarify I have just 2 or 3 questions. The cost of the traffic light, the future traffic light. In the Q&A, there was information about shared costs. I think at one of our discussions with the applicant, they had offered to pay for the traffic lights. So can we take them up on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in and clarify, Councilman Stegman. I'm going to ask our consultant Earl DeWellen to come in if it gets a little bit technical. But last meeting, what we agreed to was to pay the full freight for a light if it was at the Aura driveway on Estes, and the proportional share if the light ends up at Somerset instead of Estes. So that is still our offer, to pay the proportional share of the traffic that we are contributing to the Somerset intersection.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. My next question is around if you could walk us through the timeline of the construction of the intersection improvements at MLK, the timing of the new bike lanes, the town piece of this, the crosswalk with the flashing lights, I forget the technical term for those, and so how that timeline will work with then Aura coming in, so we can see how kind of the safety elements will or hopefully will be in place, but by the time Aura is finished. Can you talk us through that?
And I think this may be a joint answer between the town and the applicant, and hopefully Kumar will, I mean, he gets more involved with the construction management, but understanding our town project is supposed to start hopefully in the next month or so. Anticipate that construction lasting 12 to 18 months. So certainly will be substantial impact from that project. I know Kumar had told me earlier that they'll have to close the street at times for putting in the culverts, as you have to go through the road. So be significant construction management. I don't know, Kumar, if you want to add to that.
Thank you, Judy. So the project is going to complete sometime in fall next year, ma'am. So I'm assuming there won't be, unless Dan disagrees, there won't be any, I'm expecting there won't be much conflict between the town project versus Aura project construction, at least on Estes Drive. The construction management for a town project will have significant impacts on Estes Drive, mainly from in the school area, and it's going to be for a period of time. It's going to be one way from Caswell to MLK, and then for a period of time it will be, when I say period, it can be 3 to 4 months or 5 months each one way pattern, and one way pattern from MLK to Caswell Road, while we're building the multi-use paths and bike lanes and everything. A lot of utility work has to be done. When the utility work will be done, it will be street closure. Actually, Estes Drive will be closed for a couple of days. It's not going to be weeks and months. It will be, we are going to shoot for weekends or minimum disruption to the residents and school traffic. But it won't be like it may be 2 or 3 times will be required to close the street for 2 days or 3 days at a time. But it will be a significant impact. But by the time Aura project comes, town project will be completed, and Aura project comes there after that. I haven't seen any detailed construction management plan from Aura development yet. They will be part of the upcoming final plans. I don't expect any significant impacts by Aura development except lane closures probably on Estes Drive and on MLK. Two-way traffic will be expected to be maintained on Estes Drive when Aura project is under construction. The culvert, earlier we talked about the culvert on Estes Drive. That may be the location where we may end up some impacts by the Aura development construction. We don't know the details, whether road has to be closed or it will be one-way traffic, or I don't know the details. It will be developed as part of the final plans.
So that was useful information, but it wasn't the question I meant to ask. Sorry, I wasn't clear. What I was trying to ask was around, I was thinking about safety and access especially for kids. If Aura is built and there's families living there, kids will hopefully walk and bike to school. So thinking through safety and having those safe crosswalks with the flashing lights and all of that infrastructure in place by the time Aura opens, so that there are ways that traffic is being slowed down, that there's safe access for back and forth on Estes for bikes and pedestrians. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, pedestrians and bicycles access will be provided during the Aura project construction, madam.
Go ahead, Joshua,
Yeah.
with Mayo with the planning department is one of our transportation planners. So.
Hey, Josh Mayo, transportation planner, filling in for Bergen tonight. To get to this point, so the town project should be completed before Aura reaches occupancy. We believe that it will reach that stage. So all of the improvements associated with the town. So any changes at Somerset, it sounds like it will be a traffic light, or at least moving in the direction of a traffic light instead of an RRFB. An RRFB at the entrance to Phillips Middle School and the improvements to the crosswalk at MLK and Estes should all be completed before Aura is completed or occupied.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, followed by Mr. Boyncy, and then Ms. Gu.
Thank you. My first question is just a follow-up from the stormwater. I think I'm getting a little lost in the stormwater details, to be totally honest, but what I'm hearing is that the town is upsizing the pipe. So the culvert that goes under Estes should do better, hypothetically, but that because it's off the site, it hasn't been analyzed because our LUMO doesn't account for things that are happening off of the physical site. Alicia, is that fair?
That is a fair assessment.
So, and I understand that the engineer is willing to do an evaluation of that area as well post-construction.
I think what they might want to speak more to us, from what I have communicated or discussed with them, would be analysis of the culvert itself.
Okay. And so is there something that we can put in as a stipulation that would strengthen the stormwater staff's ability or our ability to make sure that anything happening off site that is a result of this site is taken care of by the applicant?
I think maybe the applicant will volunteer something, because I mean, it's up to them to volunteer what they want to do.
No, I understand that. Well, yes, but what do we ask for is what I'm saying. I am not smart enough on stormwater to know what to ask for, but I feel like we need to ask for something here. Because
if I could provide just maybe one thing to help clarify this, or I don't know, just steer this discussion a little bit. The town would have done an analysis, or their consultant would have done an analysis of that proposed culvert that will be going in as part of the design. So that culvert has been analyzed by someone. And as the applicant, our on-site analysis shows that we are decreasing flows compared to the existing condition. So whatever flow the town's consultant used to size that culvert, we are saying is going to be lower than what the town put in. And so I guess I'm not saying we will or won't be able to make a commitment to study it further, but I also, from a logical standpoint, we're saying if it was designed, and I'll just pick a number, for 38 cubic feet per second, our new flow will be 36 cubic feet per second. I don't know what other analysis or observation could be added to that to give more confidence. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to be combative by any way. I'm just trying to.
No, it makes sense. I think what I'm asking for is not analysis. What I'm asking for is, at the end of the day, just if there's something that's happening that means that there is a negative impact based on the longer amount of time that it's taking the water to clear, or some negative impact that doesn't necessarily need more analysis. It's just that there's something happening. What I'm asking our staff is, what is it that we should be asking the development team to be responsible for should something negative happen to neighbors as a result of this project?
So I just want to talk back a little bit to Columbia Street Annex, and Dan Jewell was involved with that, where they said that they would make observations to the stream restoration to make sure that it was functioning as intended. So there could be observational things. I don't know if that's something they would agree to make sure that maintenance at the outlet, the water discharging from the culvert is dissipating and it's not causing any sort of high points or issues where that water is coming out of the culvert. But yet again, that would have to be up to the applicant to agree to.
And that's, they have to fix it, or does that mean they just observe it?
Well, the way Columbia Street Annex, they put in a surety for the stream restoration saying that they would fix any changes or a certain amount of money. It was an entirely different project, but I'm trying to go off precedent of some other project that we've that the council has seen before and has some knowledge of how that was reviewed and administered.
And Dan does all the projects in Chapel Hill at this point, so we can just refer to something else he's done. So with
Only
the
the good one.
Oh, right, Dan. Yes, sure. Would the applicant be willing to commit to something like Alicia's talking about, like Columbia Street Annex, where there could be observations and remediation if needed? I mean, it sounds like you're pretty confident that since the town is upsizing the pipe and the flows should be less, I mean, it shouldn't be committing to anything particularly wild, assuming that the water flow will go down.
Yeah, we're certainly willing to commit to observing how the culvert functions after ORA is constructed and the stormwater is all functioning, that sort of thing. If there's any repairs needed downstream, I think the proper thing to do would be for us to work with the town and figure out what it would take to repair that, because remember, some of that water is actually coming off of Estes Drive and properties upstream, but we can certainly take the responsibility of monitoring it. And if we do observe problems downstream, we would get up with Alicia and her team and figure out what it takes to fix it.
And would you be willing to commit funding towards a solution if it wasn't coming from Estes Drive upstream?
Yes, if it's not overboard, so if there's scour immediately downstream of this culvert, I mean, this is getting into very subjective things, but yes, we'd be willing to take on some financial responsibility for doing repairs based on scour, for the first little bit downstream. Remember also, this is on private property, so we don't have the right to go in and do any work on that. So that's why the town would need to be involved with that. Presumably there's an easement. Presumably, I don't know that for a fact, but yes, my client would be willing to contribute some toward that.
Okay, thanks. My next question is, has there been any discussion about doing an age restriction on the residential?
No, well, we cannot do age restriction. Appreciate the question, but we cannot.
What do you mean you cannot?
Cannot do.
It's legal, but maybe you're just, is it that you're not willing to?
We will not. We are not willing to do age restriction on residential.
Okay, understood. I wanted to ask some questions about the Estes frontage. So reducing the planting strip to 6 feet, do we have assurance that we can still get the large street tree canopy that we need there with a 6-foot planting strip?
I'm going to let Susanna chime in on that a little bit, but part of that's going to get down to Judy, I think, did a very thorough write-up on some of the conditions that DOT would be wanting to do and that sort of thing. I can speak to some of the horticultural things, but I'd like Susanna maybe to talk a little bit about the spatial things that we're providing there.
And Susanna, can I ask one more question before you start, just so you can answer them both at the same time?
Sure.
So when we're talking about widening the lanes from 10 feet to 11 feet, my understanding is that when you widen lanes, you encourage people to drive faster. And so then we're creating a different kind of street, I guess. So I'm wondering too, about how those things all work together, but also the advisability of widening the lanes.
Well, I think I'm actually going to punt to two different people on this one. Earl Llewellyn can address the issue of, I agree with you that in general, narrower lanes encourage people to drive slower, more cautiously. I don't know what the reason was for widening it from 10 feet to 11 feet. I suspect a traffic engineer either with DOT or with us. I don't know who. So Earl can answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn. The lanes are being widened at the request of the town because that would be consistent with what the town's project is providing, which is 11 feet throughout. their improvement project. So it's basically for consistency. My reason or my understanding that the reason it wasn't done as part of the town project to begin with was lack of available right of way. And the town may confirm that. Town staff.
That is correct, yes.
So Josh, can you tell me why we would be widening the lanes that way? I mean, I understand the consistency argument, but why would we want 11-foot lanes anywhere? Why wouldn't we want to stick with 10 feet?
Yeah, so we do usually prefer narrower lanes to control speeds. However, Chapel Hill Transit has a preferred minimum of 11 feet lanes for their buses. It's also generally what we prefer for our emergency vehicles as well, and just some of the larger vehicles to use the full 11. And Kumar, you can probably speak better to this. Yeah.
In addition to that, NCDOT require us to have 11 feet lanes.
Okay, so it's a non-negotiable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Unless there is no right of way, but because Aura development came in there, it's going to be having right of way. Yeah.
I see. And did we get, I know that we had talked about last time, late in the evening, of course, that we had talked about getting a kind of planting strategy and making sure that the plantings could be large street trees, that they would survive, all that stuff. So has staff had a chance to work with the applicant on that, or to understand that a bit better?
Well, I can answer that question. We've been trying to work with, we feel like the details of that, those technical details need to be worked through with the urban designer and the transportation folks and the tree people, and that the appropriate time to do that is at the next step. Once the zoning has taken place, then we're able to drill down at that level. Ezra, whose last name I struggled to say, is on our design team, and she is with us. She's a landscape architect, and she can specifically answer the questions about the planting strips and being sufficient for trees to grow to be large trees, as opposed to large. Yes, for them to grow to be big trees, which I think is the goal everyone has.
Right. Yeah, I understand waiting on the whole strategy, but if we don't leave enough room, then obviously, and we can't accomplish the thing we want to do, then that we have to deal with it now. So Ezra, do you have input on the width and the ability for the trees to survive?
Hi, this is Ezra Sortiton. I'm with CI Design. I'm the landscape architect working on this project. Yes, I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. As we talked last time, we will be proposing willow oak trees for the streetscape, and we'll have 2 rows of trees on both sides of the sidewalk to provide that. We'll also provide some sort of ornamental grasses or perennials for the planting strip that it's narrower, but on the planting area closer to the building side, we would like to provide, shrubs and to create some buffer and screening for the privacy of those terrace areas. But again, as Susan mentioned, selecting the specific of, plant species and things like that will be on the later stage.
Okay, and I know that we had talked about having large trees on the building side as well. Is that still the plan?
Correct. I mean, we'll have 2 rows of shade trees, and the areas that we have more space will provide some flowering trees, and then additional shrubs and perennials.
Okay, thanks. And of course, my final question, which is coming, Dan, is are you going to do a splash pad?
I think we've decided that there are liability concerns associated with a splash pad. So we will talk about that on the other project we talked about 2 weeks ago. So.
Okay, I'll just keep asking every time. Thank you.
I'll be ready. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Blancy, followed by Ms. Q.
I think my question has been asked and answered with respect to options if stormwater runoff improvements aren't realized for folks downstream. that question's been answered already. Thanks.
Ms. Gu?
Yes, I think that there is discussion about this stormwater. Apparently is one of the major concerns that people have. So I think the question people have difficulty to understand, I think I'm hoping that you can help to explain, is, well, given that there is a 66% increase. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So there is a 66% increase in impervious surfaces. I understand that you said that there are some gradings that are going to be done and all that, but those impervious surfaces are the storm water or the rain, I mean, water from the rain, whatever, that cannot be absorbed by the current, like the ground. It's covered by trees and the tree leaves and all these things. So there's a difference between the impervious surfaces versus those like forest floor that is like has a sponge of tree leaves and that can absorb large amount of rainwater. So can you explain that? How come that with removal of that the thick layer of sponge to absorb the rainwater, that somehow that you say by your calculation, by the way, I haven't seen the calculation. I have been asking for that and haven't seen that. But can you explain that how come that by removing that the thick layer of the forest floor and put in the 66% of the impervious surfaces, that actually you are able to reduce the amount of stormwater runoff?
Yes, I can explain a little bit, in a simple term, and there have been, I will note that there have been a full stormwater impact analysis submitted to staff and submitted to the town in previous submittals. But in recent weeks, in talking with staff, we understand that does need to be updated based on commitments that we've made in some of these meetings. So things are changing slightly, but now to answer the question is the post-construction stormwater design for the site does change the drainage area direction of flow to divert water away from problem areas. That was previously discussed tonight. And we are draining that water into three large underground vaults that have the storage capacity to replicate the storage that was provided by that thick forest layer that you referenced. So that water will be stored in those vaults and slowly discharged through a sand filter for treatment to the stream that then flows into the culvert that goes under Estes Drive. So I'm happy to answer further questions, but I'll leave it as simple as that for now.
Yeah, well, in that scenario, wouldn't you, well, of course, the underground storage facility that you mentioned, apparently it has a certain limit of its capacity, right? So does that mean that depends on how much rain has been getting in this area? Let's say if it has been rained for 2 weeks, and then you got another like large storm, then most of the capacity already occupied. What the situation is going to be at that time?
Right. So I'm not looking at the calculations right at this moment, so I'll use approximate numbers. But that whole system is designed to drain within 5 days after rainfall, and I say within 5 days to be conservative. It likely drains a little bit quicker than that. So that and again, it is sized to accommodate up to the 100-year event and be safe and not flood our site during the 100-year event. Certainly, we have an interest in doing that to protect our own infrastructure as well as protect downstream neighbors to the site. And so when we talk about it raining for two weeks, and I understand that because it just happened last week or the week before when we got significant day after day of rainfall. That was maybe 5 to 6, or actually it was about 4 inches of rain total, at least at RDU. There were local differences in that. But that does not exceed, that's about half of the 100-year storm. So that those vaults would not even be fully charged and fully occupied during that period, even if there was no outfall from them. But just bear in mind, we are discharging water from those, as it's raining as well. So there's a regeneration of the available volume there, and it's, again, sized in a manner consistent with North Carolina design regulations to be able to accommodate back-to-back storms and long periods of rainfall.
Yeah, well, I think it all depends on what the calculation that is going to lead us to. So I think I have been asking that question since the last review of this project about this, because you made that 100-year storm commitment at that time. So I would like to see your evaluation or your calculation say that how does the facility is able to handle that kind of capacity. And so far, I still haven't seen that analysis.
Yeah, I can't answer why you haven't seen it, and without trying to point a finger. I mean, it has been submitted. It was submitted, I know, during the third review cycle for the ZCP plans. And again, as I state, we all understand, and in talking to staff, we understand it will need to be updated prior to the construction drawing approvals with the modifications that we've committed to making and updated calculations to address some questions from staff. But that being said, the core philosophy and management strategies are not expected to change, except for the addition of the green infrastructure components, which we've committed to prior to this meeting and are happy to discuss as well.
Well, for the green structure facility, if my calculation is correct, it's 36,000 by plus 22,000. The one is rain garden. I think it's less than 1% of the impervious surface that has been proposed. Is that correct? It's
I don't have that ratio, but I'll trust your number.
Yeah, so it's just a 1.2% of the total amount of impervious surfaces that you're proposing. So, okay, so well, coming back to this culvert that you talk about that's leading to, or currently is discharging to the Amity Church. So if you block that culvert, would that actually increase the amount of water that is going to be running on the surface, like the stormwater runoff?
No, we're accepting.
Because for the rain, yeah, the rainwater is the same. If you block the one major discharge culvert, just like if you have a large roof and then you just try to block a downspout, that doesn't solve the problem of your flooding in your backyard.
Right. So the road improvement plans for Estes Drive include what appears to be, and I'm looking at an overall plan here. So Dan, just step in if I misstate anything. But it appears to include the installation of curb and gutter along the north side of Estes Drive, which is currently a shoulder section where water flows off of the roadway, and some of that gets into the culvert that will be blocked. But the road improvements include the installation of new catch basins closer to MLK and closer to the intersection. Those tie into a different existing storm drainage system that, again, does not flow to that culvert. So there's no increase in water generated by the roadway as part of this, but that stormwater will be picked up and diverted to a different stormwater system than what is currently being used for that cross pipe that affects the church.
Well, again, I think the details, of course, we need to look at the numbers. The big picture is, because of the increase of the impervious surface, so there's a lot more storm water that's going to be discharged outside of the site. So this is one.
Again, we've looked at that at what we're considering point of analysis one, which is the southeast corner of our site. Yeah, and that's where 95% of our site.
Well, I understand you did the gradings on these things, so you're hoping to reduce the water or shifting the water from other discharge site and direct them to that southeast site. So that makes the question of whether that southeast site has the capacity to deal with that. And also, given all the increase of both the frequency and intensity of those precipitation events, but it's just like when you're adding a highway, sometimes it makes the traffic or directing all the traffic go to that superhighway actually has the likelihood of causing more. So you directing all the increase the stormwater into that one. I wonder how that, given all the changes that you just brought forward to the council, I mean, in the last 2 or 3 days, with regard to the blocked culvert for the Amity Church and all the other things that has been, but you said that there is an increased capacity for the culvert in the southeast corner. So I'm hoping that is able to handle that. But I would like to see the calculations and how all these things work together that to make sure your claim of 100-year stormwater that can be properly managed. So, okay, well, I move on to next question is, so you mentioned that for this traffic light, I think it's great. I think I'm excited about this news that actually there's a chance for this site, or NCDOT actually is open to consider the pedestrian traffic. So that we have a chance that to actually have the traffic light installed over there. But when I read the revised resolution, I mean, this afternoon that they forward to us, so you mentioned that Aura is going to be responsible for, with regard to the cost that you are saying, is you didn't actually state what is the amount of commitment that you're going to make, how much that you're going to contribute to the cost. Is there any way that you can make that explicit?
Earl,
are you going to
answer this better than I can. Why it's not really why we can't really tell you what that number is. Go ahead, Earl.
Sure. Well, we can't come up with a dollar amount right now because we don't have a design for the signal itself and all the phasing, the interconnect, all the elements that go into a signal design. But what we can say is that our proportionate share of the traffic at that intersection is, bear with me one second, I think it's an average peak impact of 5.3%. Yes, 5.3%.
So Aura is going to be contributing 5.3% of the total cost.
Correct.
Well, so is that calculation based on, calculation based on the car traffic only? How about the pedestrian traffic and the other traffic stat, or the people go to visit that site, to visit or the great amenities that you promise you're going to build over there? So how would that be taken into account?
It's based on the traffic impact analysis that was done by the town.
Yeah, but traffic impact analysis only focus on cars. I'm talking about other traffics. Correct.
And in addition to pedestrian warrants, even as part of that, there are vehicular warrants. And so that was the basis. That's the discussion that we've had with town staff as our proportionate share of the traffic signal.
So you're saying that you will only based on the traffic signal, which only based on the car, increase the car traffic flow, and you think the 5.3% is the amount that you're expecting that you're going to be contributing to that traffic light if it's going to be built.
Ms. Gu, do you have a, do you have an amount in mind that you think would be appropriate?
I would think, given this, the scale of our Aura project, I would think like 1/3 or something like that would be, sounds like more reasonable. Well, a traffic light is all from what people told me, it's like 500,000 to 600,000. I mean,
it's $100,000 for a traffic light usually.
Okay, so $100,000. So 1/3 of that. Well, I think that would be something more reasonable. 5.6. Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. So let's move on to another question. So you talk about this recreation area. So I read through actually the section about your recreation area. From my understanding, if I interpret it correctly, you're saying that you're contributing, that you're dedicating that area for recreation, but you're saying that somehow you're expecting the town is going to manage or bring facilities or to that area. Is that correct?
That's not correct. No. The total cost of construction, management, and operation would be on the developer. There would be no cost to the town.
So what kind of facility that you, because actually when I was talking to people about Aura, I actually emphasized this, like the great community benefits that Aura is going to be bringing to the town. So they're very curious or wants to know what kind of facility actually is going to be included over there. So when you say this recreation area, you said this is the amount of spaces that you're going to dedicate to recreation, but without saying, well, I really need to bring out the exact writing of that. I can bring that. It seems like it clearly is stating that you're not expecting yourself to build those recreation facilities. You're saying that you're expecting the town to do.
No, that is not correct. That is not correct. We will, the developer will build all of the recreation facilities there.
Ms. Good, can you wrap up, please? We've got some other questions.
Yeah, well, it's not very long actually. A minimum of 10,000 square feet of recreation area shall be provided on site in lieu of providing the required recreation area. The developer may make a payment to the town, whereby the town may acquire or develop a recreation land to serve the development. So you're expecting the town to acquire or develop the recreation land to serve the development? I don't know how to interpret that. I'm reading it and just reading, I'm not making.
I'd like to chime in if I could. That I actually think that Judy might be the one to answer that question. That is boilerplate language that is part of the town's ordinance. That is not, that's not an indicator of the developer's intent for the recreational land. The intent is to build playgrounds and to build parks and to provide programming for those parks so that it is an amenity for the people who live in Aura and for the people and for the whole town to come to. So I believe that that is just boilerplate language that the town provided. That does not reflect the intent of the developer.
Well, if that's the case, I think it needs to be revised. I think this document, as I reading through it, I'm just using that as one example. I know I'm running out of my time, but I think that this document needs to be read through and to fix those things that apparently when I read it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is not what my understanding of your commitment is. So, okay, I will yield my time.
All right. We have Ms. Ryan and then Mr. Nguyen, if you have any questions.
Yeah, okay. My first question is, I guess, Judy, has the town arborist commented on the difference between a 6-foot and 7-foot tree planting strip?
Yes, he has, and I had his response open just a second ago, and because I sure don't want to try to paraphrase what he said. So his comment is that believing that the 6-foot strip is sufficient, it's more than just, and I'm not an arborist, obviously, it's more than just the width, it's the soil, the augmentation, the depth, all of those things. There's many factors to that. It's not just one measurement. We have been talking with the developer about other options to improve the livelihood of those trees. I mean, silvacells are something that we know have been discussed. I'm not familiar with them, but it seems like that would be the applicant's response is that let's look to see what will make the trees thrive. And I think have agreed on some level that we will, if silvacells are by our technical staff and their staff are agreed upon, then that would be pursued. There may be other options of augmenting that soil and other things like that that may be actually more effective.
Okay, thank you. And for the applicant, how many bathrooms in your 3-bedroom units?
I can answer that. All of the units have a bathroom for every bedroom, but that's the way all market rate units are now, for all new construction. That's just how things are done now.
Okay, and could somebody explain to me the reason that you're reluctant to do age restriction?
I'm gonna ask Ryan Stewart to speak up on this one because he can be more articulate about it than I can. Ryan?
Yeah, there's operational challenges associated with that on our team, management staff. There's also, and we're not student housing developers, so our unit mix is 65% one beds and 30% two bedrooms, and that's not a mix that student housing developers would implement. So we're not a purpose-built student housing project. But the answer is it's operationally challenging.
Can you just explain a little more, just screening folks or the?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. And it's you know, it's a limitation that creates challenges with our lenders and other partners.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, I know Mr. Jewell mentioned that they would be open to helping to monitor downstream effects from that, from the culvert at the southeast corner. I would be interested in taking you up on that. I understand you're not contributing all the water, but you certainly are. Your development is going to be contributing. So if we can, if you can agree to that, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, we will agree to that commitment, that stipulation.
I would like to speak up about one other thing, and I'm sorry to interject in this, but we are having a conversation. Ms. Gu, your request about a financial commitment on the traffic light, we would be willing to commit to $25,000 towards the cost of the traffic light, and that would exceed our contribution to the in terms of a pro rata cost of that. We would be willing to commit to the financial number of $25,000.
Mr. Nguyen, did you have any questions?
All the questions I had about the stormwater have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions from council? All of my questions were also answered, and all the conversations with DOT were productive. Ms. Stegman?
Just one quick question. On the affordable housing, I know the townhomes will be managed by Community Home Trust. Is there any interest on your part in having an affordable housing provider also manage the rentals?
I think Ryan can answer that more eloquently than I am. The short answer is no, it needs to be done internally so that those units mix in with the other, with the rest of them. If they were separate in one building, then we could talk about it being managed by another entity, but we have heard the request from the preference by council that they be sprinkled about. Ryan, have I gotten that right?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, our goal is for these to be floating, indistinguishable, built simultaneously. And so with those characteristics, it needs to be managed by one group. And otherwise it makes it, again, operationally difficult.
Wait, Mayor Heminger, I had a question on that.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen.
So does working with a community partner to source applicants at those income levels limit you from being able to sprinkle those units across multiple buildings?
No, we're happy to work with them in that regard.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no issue there.
Okay, let's come back to council comments now. Ms. Goody, you have a quick question? You're muted.
A quick question, because I didn't get a chance to ask it, because I asked last time about this decoupling of parking and the rental. So I think that's great that you're considering that. But for the ordinance that you presented to us, I think the wording is really, it doesn't have the specifics of like what kind of parking you're going to charge? And from the studies that is a key component.
Ms. Gu, you're frozen, so I'll let the applicant respond then.
Yeah, can you make that specific in your ordinance and say how long you're going to provide that program? Does the decoupling apply to all the parking spaces and or all the rental units? And what kind of parking charge that you're going to your like what's the difference is going to be?
It applies to all the rental units. Yes, it's a commitment. So I have no reason to believe that it's doesn't ride with the length of the conditional zoning. I think the staff would agree with that as well. In terms of rate, cannot say just yet. We haven't established the rental rates for the apartments, and the rates for the parking would be commensurate with that, a percentage of that.
Would you agree to a certain percentage of that?
We can't yet until we figure out what all the construction costs are and what the market data is. I'm sorry we can't do that. It's just we don't have enough information to be able to know what that is and commit to anything. It's a good question. We just can't do it just yet.
Okay. Going to bring this back to council now for comments. Where are we, council members? Ms. Anderson, did you have anything to share?
Just quickly before comments, if anyone needs clarification on the discussion of the boilerplate language regarding recreation space, I'd be happy to clarify that. And if council needs more comfort on the certainty of that number, just let me know. We can make a change to that amendment that would make that more unambiguous.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Just a quick sort of process question. If we are to vote tonight, are we clear what the new or modified stipulations would be? And in particular, the stipulation around the monitoring of downstream effects, because if, it has to be incorporated into what is approved by the council. And so are we in a position to look at that new language tonight?
Has staff been recording the stipulations that the applicant has been agreeing to this evening?
We've been trying. We've been sharing them, so I believe so. The one on the downstream, I don't have good language for that.
Okay, what about the $25,000 commitment to the traffic signal?
And the housing vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one more. Oh, the vouchers, that was it, so.
Ms. Ryan?
I had one more question. I know that I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this earlier, that for the Aura driveway, I know that there was safety interest in eventually having that convert to a right-in, right-out if they get access out through Somerset eventually. Is that a stipulation you could accept?
It kills the retail. I'm sorry, Dan.
No, go ahead, Suzanne.
It kills the retail. That we cannot get retail to go down, to shoot past the site to Somerset and then go through a residential neighborhood to come back into the opposite end. And so if council wants retail there, then that full access intersection is required.
So I take it that's a no.
That would be a no. That would be an emphatic no.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Okay, is council remembering any other stipulations? Ms. Gu?
Yeah, well, I would like to, there are several of them. I think we talked about this, the stormwater.
That was already recorded.
Okay, so parking rental or debundling of.
That was sent to us in the packet.
Well, that is not specific enough. I think we need to at least have the statement to say that, well, let's say if the parking is provided, say, at $50 a month, I think that actually will encourage people to think like, why not? I want to, like, there is.
Well, the applicant's already been specific that they can't give you a
Have
number.
the car and the. Well, I think at least that we can say it needs to provide market incentive for people to like give up. It needs to be something that's specific enough to say it will provide the incentive for people to do that.
I'm not sure that we have language to make that work. We can ponder that for a minute. Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that for me, that's a market decision for the owners. So I don't have a problem with the current level of specificity.
Okay. Can I see thumbs up or thumbs down? Does anyone else have a problem with the level of specificity on this? Okay.
Good.
All right. Mr. Nguyen?
Just want to make sure the Section 8 voucher stipulation, is that already in there? Okay.
Yes. Yes. All right, back to council comments.
Oh, I'll go.
Okay, Ms. Ryan.
I'll lead off. So as you guys probably know, I was intimately involved in the Central West process, which happened 10 years ago. So I'm very familiar with this area and this site and all the concerns. And many of the concerns that we've heard from the community were ones that were voiced back then. So I think that back then, while I was thinking about the Central West plan, and while I've been thinking about it today, there were two things that kind of grounded me as I looked at the development. So the first is that the town spends a very large part of our budget on running a bus system. We have the goals. It helps us reduce car traffic. It helps us meet our reduce our carbon footprint. It helps give people who can't afford to have a car of their own a way to get around and to get to work and to get to school. So we have a big investment there that we need to make sure that we're using. The second one is that town and council have made a serious commitment to doing everything we can at the local level to combat climate change and to improve equity. So 30 years ago, council recognized environmental problems with sprawl and created our urban services boundary, which means that we committed to growing internally. Today, I think more and more we recognize that land use is one of our most effective tools that local government has to address issues of climate change and equity. So the community board, staff, and council have worked really hard to make sure this project delivers for our town. I've never seen a process with this level of traffic modeling. To show that development, even with extra development in the area that's not committed to, can still be served by our roads and that traffic will still flow. The applicant has committed to managing 100-year stormwater events. That's unprecedented in town. The development will provide significant community amenities. That was one of the big drivers in Central West was folks said, listen, we live in a very suburban place. We want places we can walk to. We want walking facilities. We want a restaurant to go to or a coffee shop. So I think it delivers on that too. The new pedestrian infrastructure the project will pay for will extend our greenway system north-south, and it will better and more safely connect the neighborhoods and the schools and the library and the Y and to our bus rapid transit system. So I recognize that it's hard to see this area evolve from the out-of-town place that it was 40 years ago. But again, 30 years ago, we made a commitment to grow internally. 20 years ago, we made a commitment to a fare-free bus system. Just this year, we've committed to doing all that local government can for climate change and for equity. So I think the project helps us meet all those goals.
Okay. I'm going to ask everyone to be concise because we've still got another big item on the agenda. Who's next, Mr. Parker?
So Amy and I were very successful partners in doing the Central West Steering Committee, the Central West Small Area Plan. And so it looks like tonight, Amy and I are going to be successful partners again. And I'm not going to repeat what she expressed so eloquently. I think that just a few points I'd want to make. Number one, that 8 years ago, when we did the Central West Plan, or 9 years ago, whenever it was, it seemed funnily just like yesterday, things were the assumptions were very different. There was going to be a Carolina North there that was going to drive very substantial retail demand. It was going to supply demand for a hotel. And that underlying assumption shaped the Central West Plan. Carolina North is not coming anytime soon, probably for decades. And so I think that what we see before us tonight, while different in particulars from the Central West Plan, adheres to the basic principles that were articulated in the Central West Plan, recognizing that the environment has changed and things that would have worked then won't work now. As Ms. Ryan said, I think in my time, either on council or following council, I have never seen traffic studied with the level of detail or with the level of rigor that the traffic in this particular project has been studied. I have never seen stormwater analyzed as carefully, and then the commitment made, that substantially exceeds our town requirements. And, the icing on the cake for me is getting the commitment that Ms. Anderson requested, regarding the downstream effects. So I have listened to our community members. I really have. I have read all the emails, and believe me, we've gotten a whole bunch of them. I am absolutely not, insensitive to the community's concerns. I recognize that people have lived in this area for years, and I certainly appreciate their concerns about traffic. I very certainly appreciate their concerns about stormwater, about safety, and ultimately about the changing character of the place that many of them have called home for years and decades. But I think that on balance, this project meets the principles outlined in the Central West Plan. I think it will be a plus for the community, and I have satisfied myself, in listening to the folks, that it will not have adverse effects on the community, either in terms of traffic or in terms of stormwater. It's not a perfect project, although I'm not sure what a perfect project would look like. And perhaps, there may be some things that we would have liked to have seen happen here that won't. But on balance, I think this is a worthwhile project. And we have talked often about the need for transit supportive or transit oriented development. And this is what it looks like. And so I think it's time, I am really, at the end of the day, this was not the easiest of decisions for me. As I said, I've walked the site with residents, I've read the emails, listened to their concerns, but I think, this is a project worthy of moving forward.
Okay. Others? Ms. Anderson and Ms. Gu?
Thank you. I've had mixed feelings about this project along the way. I know there are a lot of strong opinions in the community, and I also live near this parcel, so I am very aware of the local impacts, and I'm making a choice not just for others, but something that I'll see myself and live closely with. I have heard from some folks that they feel that this project is out of sync with what would work well here. And I really don't blame residents for having misgivings when it comes to what is shown in pictures versus often what we see at the other end. And of course, once trees are cut down to make way for new projects, it can feel depressing and hot for many years to come. And we've also had some major missteps, in my opinion, in previous decisions that have been made where things have been rushed forward. And I, along with some of my colleagues, have spent a lot of time, countless hours trying to fix those mistakes. So I know from firsthand experience that it's really important to get it right, because sometimes it's fiscally, politically, and just from a planning perspective, really hard to fix things after they've been done. I've also time and time again been very willing to vote against projects that I don't think meet our shared goals for the future. This project has raised a lot of concerns and questions. And as Ms. Ryan pointed out, and I think Mr. Parker as well, we've gotten all the answers. We've pushed on everything. We've learned about the traffic mitigation. We do know that the queuing will make things slightly better. We can look forward to getting a light at Somerset. We also know that this is a really important area because of the Y and the 2 schools. And the BRT line is a big deal. I think the SD's frontage has also been of concern for me. That'll probably be one that I will be very interested to see how it comes out. But we really need to focus on what Chapel Hill urban frontage should be and not necessarily what the industry standard is for setbacks, tree canopy, etc. I think the ability to have a denser, larger tree canopy here as well as you know, on the frontage on this site is going to be what makes an activated street front versus a dead concrete hotspot. The stormwater has gone beyond, and we've learned a lot about that. The BRT line makes this project a bit different than the projects behind it, and I think it makes the case for additional residential density here. People with disabilities and without, we will be able to walk to things and take the bus and get out of their cars, which we have committed to as part of our climate action plan. I do want to say, just for the record, that the additional residential density here does also mean that we have to work together to ensure that the parcels behind this one are of lower density and more missing middle townhomes, et cetera, so that we get the density on the corridor and then step back the density as we go towards the R1 neighborhoods. I don't blame people who are worried and don't trust us to do the right thing, but I hope that anyone who has engaged in the process really knows that your input has helped to create a better, stronger project. And that's ultimately the goal. It's okay to be skeptical. I just hope that you'll believe that we've taken the time and care to dig into this. And that we wouldn't say yes to something. I personally wouldn't say yes to something that I really did not think met our planning, climate, and transportation and housing goals. So I am supportive of this project, but I really, we really need to make sure we get the actual implementation of this one right, so we uphold our promises to the neighbors.
Ms. Gu?
Well, I think, well, several council members has mentioned that given the assumptions about this area has changed when it comes to Carolina North, when it comes to the viability of retails and office buildings. I think that this development, I think that in principle, I support the direction this project is leading. I think that to increase the residential density, to make sure that it is transit supported, to reduce the amount of parking, to create not only have the development, well, I think it's different from the Blue Hill District. We are trying to incorporate this public spaces into our design. I think all of these directions are the ones that the council is looking forward to. I think all these reasons that I think I support this project in principle, but I think this is a challenging site. And I think from all the concerns that we heard from our community, that confirms this is indeed that lots of people have concerns on this site. I think with regard to the stormwater, because this site actually is sitting on a higher point, and the stormwater coming from this site will drain into the surrounding neighborhood and will significantly impact both the Booker Creek in the Bowling Creek. So I think we need to make sure that we do that right. So because of this, I think that we need to have a review of the plan, given the additional changes that has been proposed in the recent days. I think I want to see that how, I mean, in the number wise, how this thing actually work for the 100-year storm that the developers proposed. It's not, I'm hoping that we can convincingly talk to our community, say, I reviewed this plan of the stormwater and it actually works. And given the material has been presented to me so far, I cannot make that statement. So I think that is something that's important to me. And for the traffic, so the second concern is for the traffic. It's great that we think now it's possible we can do this additional, traffic light. But I would like to know that what is the, so especially given that this multimodal path has a gap in front of the next adjacent property. So the people who actually are going to use the multi-path, they need to exit from Aura, cross the street, and then using the south side of the multimodal path, then cross the street again when they need to go to Phillips. So I think all of these will creating interruptions and a conflict at the multiple points of that multimodal path. I would like to know how those things are being considered. Especially whether or not the pedestrians are going to be safe. I have submitted that question to our staff and would like to hear like how this multimodal path, especially given that there is a gap right next to Aura, and how that given the conflict of the cars, bicycles, and the pedestrians, how the system is going to work, and whether or not that's going to causing significant congestion or causing like the safety to the pedestrian. I don't think I have got any sufficient answer for me that feel confident that this is probably managed. The other things like parking rental, I think that's a great idea. I'm really glad the developer is open to this idea. But again, all the devils are in the details. We need to make sure that the incentive is provided properly so that people will actually consider to give up parking on this site, especially given the number of parkings, 625 parking spaces. I think that's a significant amount of parking. And we want to make sure that it's not actually the decoupling actually serving, if not structured properly, that will actually encourage people to take on those parking spaces. And then of course, for this recreation area and other small areas, the items that I don't think I have time to go through each one of them, but I think given that the final version is only sent to us this afternoon, I think the council needs more time to read through it and to make sure that we fix all the remaining issues that we have now. So I think that we're not ready to vote for this tonight. I'm hoping that we can make sure that it's given how important it is, how much we wish this project to succeed. I think we own it to both to this project and to the community to make sure that we do it right. So I think we need to review it and fixing all the remaining issues, and we can vote it next time. Or, whenever all those issues are being addressed.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, Mr. Boyncey, and Ms. Stegman.
I don't really have much to add. I know it's getting late, so I'll be brief, but I just want to thank staff and everyone. Like Councilmember Anderson said, I think the robust public process really made this a stronger and much better process than when we first saw it. Feels like ages ago. I think the unprecedented levels of stormwater traffic analysis and all of that have also resulted in a much stronger project, and the fact that the applicant has been willing to agree to stipulations that far exceed our current regulations, I think also shows good faith on their part. And so I'm supportive of the project. And
okay. Mr. Boyncey, Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, so well, first off, I want to thank our staff for getting as much information as they could get. I appreciate the engagement of folks from across the spectrum. We've had renters, nearby homeowners and neighbors, nearby churches and other establishments all weigh in on this proposal. Also have in mind that we do have a future land use map that we passed very recently, in which we anticipate and want to see transit-oriented development up and down the MLK Boulevard corridor, and also where we expect to see bus rapid transit. I'm also trying to keep in mind the impacts on neighboring residents. I do greatly appreciate the traffic impact analysis that we received. It appears that traffic-wise, this project can work. I also appreciate the conditions the applicant has agreed to with respect to affordable housing and decoupling parking. In regards to stormwater, however, I'm still not comfortable with the information that we have, and I'm still not clear on what potential lasting impacts there would be for folks downstream, especially from the culvert. And I realize that's not necessarily the responsibility of the applicant to ascertain, but that's information that I'd want to have before making a decision. If this passes, I do hope that good work and corrective work, if necessary, can be done for the sake of those downstream neighboring residents. With all that said, I do want to take a moment to comment on a particular thing that I've heard relative to this proposal, particularly when it comes to the multifamily apartments aspects. I do really feel strongly that we need to elevate the discourse when it comes to talking about renters here in Chapel Hill. Growing up in Chapel Hill, my housing situation was for the most part in a rental apartment. Most of my friends growing up here lived in rentals as well. And the vast majority of my adulthood in Chapel Hill has been spent in a rental. Most of my family rents. A lot of families in town rent. The notion that renters don't contribute much, or that we should prescribe what they should be doing and not doing, is quite frankly disturbing. And we need to make room for a wide range of housing options, be they rental or home ownership. So I just wanted to say that there. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Stegman?
So I don't want to repeat, folks. I know it's late, but so I want to just sort of lift up what Councilmember Ryan and Parker said, and Councilmember Anderson, for all the complexities of this proposal. And I want to especially really thank the neighbors around this area and the other residents who have engaged with us, who have given us feedback, who have worked with us in genuine efforts to make this better. And we heard your feedback, and we worked hard, I think, with your input. I think this has gotten way better than it was when it started. And I also want to thank my fellow council members. I think each of us has really dug in and brought your expertise and brought your, we all have our own kind of special areas of concern and focus. And I think it took all of us to really try and push this towards what we want as a community, what will align with our FLUME, with our climate action plan, with our commitment to transit-oriented development, and the other things that have been already mentioned, so I won't go into detail. I think also what is one of the things that my hope is this will accomplish is we've talked over the years about sort of the missing demographic of sort of late 20s, early 30s folks. And we know people graduate from high school, they graduate from college, and they leave. And we really, I think we really need and want a younger population as part of our town, as part of the vibrancy that we want this town to be. And this is the kind of community that they are looking for. They don't want to use their cars. They want a car-free living. And it's our responsibility to help them have that. And that's better for our town. It's better for traffic. It's better for the climate, all the things. And this is a place where kids can walk to school. They can bike to school. This is all part of where we want to go as a community. So I also have heard the concern and that folks have expressed. And, I think we've, as I won't repeat again, but the traffic, the stormwater, the level of scrutiny and negotiation, I think has moved us quite far. I also just want to say that there's also been some misinformation campaigns going on that have really made this a harder process than it needed to be. I think we have engaged very genuinely with the community and want that and need that to do what local government is meant to do. And when there's intentional misinformation spread to cause fear, to cause anger at council rather than collaboration. It hurts all of us. It hurts our whole community, and it doesn't lead to better outcomes. So I hope that we can move past that as a community and really start having productive, honest conversations about our future. Thank you.
Well, that brings it to me. I will say I have watched all of us struggle and work and try to figure out what was the best outcome for this particular project at this particular location. It is a major east-west corridor for our community. There's a lot of lived experience on Estes Drive for multiple reasons, and we share that distrust that something added to here density-wise is going to be any better. The fear is it'll be worse no matter what we do, and I understand that fear. That being said, this is the type development. If it was anywhere else in town, I'd be very, very excited because it does answer those questions of climate change, of being on a BRT route, of the walkability. And then again, because of this location, it's very walkable to the YMCA, to the schools, to the library. It affords an active green space in the middle, not just a sea of pavement. We've really pushed hard. I agree with all the comments being said that we've pushed really hard, and I've never seen a developer be willing to work, and they rearranged the project from all of our comments and concerns. I also understand the concern about stormwater. We have a lot of issues going on as climate change is making things unpredictable. And I would say we even are questioning our own standards now for stormwater. You saw a petition come in last week about we need to take a look at our standards and up them. Meanwhile, this developer has agreed to exceed the standards that we put out there and tried their best to figure out a way. And I've never seen so much scrutiny between our staff and their engineers and our engineers to try to figure out what really is going on here. How do we make it better? And how do we assure that we're not going to flood people out or cause it to be worse? And I'm hopeful that the engineering works, but I don't know either that it's going to be a lived experience. I will say my major concern on this one has always been safety. I'm excited about our multi-use path and the ability to have bikes and people walking along here. I'm very concerned about people not being safe because of people coming in and out with left turns, with trying to make the light, with not believing that it's going to be a better experience, and with the future development coming. So I was hopeful that we would get an assurance from the NCDOT. I think we have a nod that they're willing to work with us and that we can demand the light at Somerset so that people can cross safely. I'm not as worried about the break in the path on the other property because it will come forward at some point, and it's not a steep terrain right there. I think that in the meantime, we can figure something out. I don't know when that proposal is coming forward. And I would agree with Ms. Anderson. If we choose to move density at this corner, we need to look for gentle, reduced density coming back towards the R1 neighborhoods on the other projects, because they won't be on the BRT line, because we've done all this traffic modeling is making assumptions that the density wouldn't be quite as intense as it is on this corner. I do wish this project was a little bit less dense. That would have been my preference. I think everyone said if they had a magic wand, they would do some other things, but I'm encouraged by some of the different projects that are going on there, that we're getting some retail there. I'm hopeful the first floor of both those two front buildings can end up being retail. I know that the design will require them to be structured physically to be commercial space, because you can't just sort of do half the bottom floor. So I'm optimistic that those things can work. I do know if this moves forward, the next phase would be scrutiny from the engineering, our staff, working through all the details we've talked about between traffic and stormwater and analysis and street frontage. And I will say that part too, it's new and different for us to have a different context on street frontage on Estes. I would prefer that kind of street frontage on MLK, but I understand it. Again, it's a BRT corridor, and that's where we say we want it. So I stand before you conflicted, and I hear all the different positives. There's, affordable housing. There's so many pluses going on here, and yet there's still so many concerns. And I've heard the community too. I have read every single email. I've taken phone calls. I have met with groups. I get it. You don't trust that this is going to work. I understand you don't trust it. I understand there was misinformation put out there because people are concerned. They see change and it's hard because change is more dense than what we are used to in this community. But at the end of the day, we are growing. The region is growing. We have done, I think, a better job in Chapel Hill of trying to figure out how we want to grow and to figure out what works to keep us the community we want to be with the values we hold dear. And we are growing at 1.5% versus Raleigh and Durham at 10 and 11%. And while the pressures of growth are causing us to make different kinds of decisions, a decision was made 30 years ago, as you heard, to not sprawl. So if you're not sprawling, then you are building more densely. And there are some effects for infrastructure with that. And as we move towards, I hope, a carless future and climate change makes people use the transit system and use other modes, these are the kinds of developments that will make that a reality. That being said, this is a very challenging road and hard for people to comprehend how we could do something like this. So I give it that balance. I ask council if you are ready to vote tonight. We also have the option of deferring to June 23rd next week. So I would put that out there for you to hear what you have to say. Ms. Ryan?
I feel like I have all the information I need to vote tonight.
Okay, do you want to make a motion then?
Do we need a resolution of consistency first?
Yeah.
So I move resolution of consistency.
Second.
The move by Ms. Ryan and second by Mr. Nguyen for a resolution of consistency. Staff, can you explain what that means for the public in attendance, please?
Sure, that's a resolution showing consistency with our comprehensive plan, which would include the Central West Small Area Plan as part of that comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gu, did you have a comment to share?
Yes, well, I'm just saying that given the final version, or we only received this final version forwarded to us this afternoon. And well, from reading through that, I think there are things that have been changed. There are things like this recreation area and other things that I think, and also we have proposed multiple stipulation this evening. I would like to have a chance to read this final version before we move forward. I'm hoping that the council will be given this opportunity to both review the final version of the resolution and the other, well, especially those critical issues regarding stormwater and the traffic the traffic measures that we're going to put in place. I think these things are very crucial. And I'm hoping that both the chance and the community will have the opportunity to review, and so they understand that what we are voting tonight. So I think I'm hoping that we're giving a chance to review it again.
Well, there's a motion on the floor. We'll see what goes with that. Ms. Anderson?
I'm not sure that we need another week, but I think it would be helpful if we could see the wording of the new stipulations. That would just be helpful for me to know what we're voting on.
And we have them drafted up. I can share my screen with there's a Word doc.
Yeah, if that's okay with others, that would be very helpful for me. I don't feel comfortable yet that I know what we're doing.
And so the housing voucher is adding that in there. This number 17 was in the revised ordinance that went out this afternoon. So just had that in there. Deleting number 18, number 26 on the residential area.
Number 18?
I'm sorry?
What was number 18?
It was actually very similar to 17, and we just merged them.
Oh, right. You put them together. Thank you.
Yep. Number 26 is the recreation area, striking that last portion of that. So they are providing the recreation, and I should strike the rest of that as well. And then the traffic signal, the payment in lieu for the traffic signal, and then the downstream analysis. We've been working with the applicant to come up with this language.
Okay,
Thank you, Judy.
thank you. Helpful. All right. Any other discussion? So movement is for resolution of consistency. We do a roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boynton?
Nay.
Ms. Gu?
I'm not ready to vote for that. No.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. So resolution of consistency is passed.
I move ordinance A with the altered or added and amended stipulations as just shown.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen. Any other comments that haven't been shared? Okay, roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boynton?
Nay.
Ms. Gu?
Nay.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman? I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Aye. And the mayor's actually going to say nay. So we have a 5-3 vote, which means this will come back for a second reading on June 23rd. Thank you all. Okay. All right, we're moving on to short-term rentals, everyone. Thank you.
All right.
You're not in presentation mode, Anya, sorry.
Okay, how's that?
No, there you go. You got it.
Sounds good. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Gran with the Chapel Hill Planning Department, and I'm here tonight with Rebecca Badgett, who is an attorney over at the UNC School of Government. Rebecca's been working with us very closely over the past 2 years to help develop a short-term rental or STR ordinance. Tonight, I will be presenting on the proposed land use management ordinance or LUMO text amendments related to STR rental regulations. And I have 17 slides, and this presentation should take about 10 minutes. So the recommendation before you tonight is that the council receive public comment at this meeting, move to close the public hearing, receive comments up to 24 hours via email at planning@townofchapelhill.org, and then enact the ordinance on June 23rd. Here's where we are in the process. The project or the text amendments have been through the Planning Commission for review back in early May. We then met with the council on May 19th, and you continued the public hearing till tonight. And it is scheduled for possible action on June 23rd. So here's what was in your packet. It included the staff report, the resolution of consistency, Ordinance A to enact the amendments, Resolution B to deny them, as well as the Planning Commission's recommendations. As a reminder, short-term rentals are the rental of residential dwelling units for periods of less than 30 days. And these are rentals that are typically listed on hosting platforms such as Airbnb, VRBO, and HomeAway. The Land Use Management Ordinance, or LUMO, predates the rise of the shared economy, and it does not specifically address this use. So currently, STRs are only permitted by the LUMO if they meet the current definitions for home occupation, a tourist home, or overnight lodging. And that overnight lodging definition is limited to the Blue Hill District. Here's where we are in the process, or just kind of a reminder of where we have been. So we began talking about short-term rentals back in June of 2019. At that time, the town council had received a petition from CHALT, the chamber, and local hoteliers, requesting that the town develop a regulatory framework to address short-term rentals. The council then directed staff to develop updated standards for STRs, given that our land use management ordinance does not address this use. And so the council appointed a task force in the fall of that year to develop a final set of findings. The task force met over the course of several months, and they did present a final set of findings to the town council. The task force was then dissolved last June, and since that time, staff has been meeting with the town council to go over possible ordinance provisions. Back at the May 19th public hearing, this slide summarizes what we heard from council. We heard that there was an interest in amending the proposed definition for a primary residence STR to require that the homeowner is in residence 50% of the year or 183 days rather than 60% of the year, which is what staff had proposed. There was also support for simultaneous rentals so long as the STR operator was on site with the guests. Most wanted to see a pilot program that would permit all STRs to register with the town, allow staff to analyze the data, and then make changes to a pilot program. There was not a strong consensus as to whether we should have a 12 or 18-month sunsetting date to bring existing STRs into compliance with new regulations. And then later on in this presentation, I'll discuss some of the challenges that we've encountered in introducing a pilot program. Staff had also recommended that all parking related to the short-term rental use be provided on site. And the council felt that this was too restrictive as some properties only have on-street parking and that on-street parking should be allowed. There was also concerns that the 3 strikes you're out provision did not provide sufficient due process and that not all violations should be treated equally. We also heard that the majority of council members were interested in increasing the rental age from 18 to 21 years of age. And then finally, the council did not want to see dedicated short-term rentals in any residential or R zoning district. So based on that, we have updated the draft ordinance and incorporated the feedback that we received from council. And this included amending the definitions for short-term rental, lodging unit, hotel, and tourist home. We've also dug deeper into developing a pilot program, how we will address violations, and how we will enforce the ordinance. So here's a summary of the proposed changes that we're going to require that all short-term rentals receive a zoning compliance permit or an STR permit for both dedicated and primary STRs. And this is to ensure that they comply with the new ordinance regulations. We would allow primary residence STRs in all zoning districts because that's residential uses are allowed in most, if not all zoning districts. Dedicated STRs would be permitted in mixed use and commercial zoning districts. And we would limit the dedicated STRs to only 2 units or 3% of units, whichever is greater in a multifamily development. We would also provide operational requirements for STRs. And then we're going to treat any violations of the STR ordinance the same way that we do zoning violations. So here's the definitions, and I'm just going to run through these very quickly because I think at this point you're all fairly familiar with it. Again, the short-term rental or STR is the dwelling unit that's being rented for 30 days or less. The dedicated STR is the one where it's a residential dwelling unit that does not have a primary residence. It can be used more, or the majority of the time, it's just used as a short-term rental. The primary residence STR is one in which the resident would be living there and they could rent out their property so long as they resided there a majority of the year. And then staff has updated this so that it's 50% or more of the time, which equates to 183 days per year. We've talked about the local designated responsible party, and this is the person that the town can call to respond to any emergency complaints or issues stemming from the use of the property as an STR. And of course, guests should still call 911 for an actual emergency. The STR hosting platform is where these are advertised, so Airbnb, HomeAway, VRBO. And then the STR property owner is the person who owns the property. The STR operator could be the property owner, or it could be someone that's authorized to advertise and manage and run the property as an STR. And then the STR permit is the zoning compliance permit that we would issue. So these are the operational requirements. Again, for primary residence STR, the operator could rent out their accessory apartment and or single family dwelling unit. to separate parties, we would just say that there's no simultaneous rentals if the operator is not at home or on site with the guest. The dedicated STR would not allow simultaneous rentals. We would limit the overnight occupancy to 2 guests per bedroom plus 2 guests, but that doesn't include children under the age of 12. Again, the designated responsible party is just someone who's able to respond within 2 hours. And we had heard from council last time that there was concern about having this person respond on site. And so we've removed that language, and we're just asking that they're able to respond. And this could be via phone or email. We've also included a reference to the town's noise ordinance. And this is really just a friendly reminder that that the use does have to comply with the noise ordinance for properties within the town limits. So for parking, we modeled this after the home occupation permit, which limits on and off-street parking to 3 vehicles. We've also heard from the council and the community that there's some concerns about these short-term rental dwellings being used for special events. And so we tried to work on a definition that captured larger events that are more intrusive to the neighborhood. So we added a provision that prohibits STR operators from permitting events, weddings, receptions, and other large gatherings that would include more than 5 individuals that are not guests of the STR. So these are the extra folks that are not guests of the STR, they're guests of the guests. As we've said before, no signs would be permitted in advertising the short-term rental use. The STR operators are responsible for paying any state sales tax, personal property tax, and occupancy taxes. The minimum rental age of the primary responsible renter would be 21 years of age. So there could be younger guests. It's just that whoever's the primary renter is at least 21 years of age. And then obviously the minimum rental duration would be overnight and no less than 18 hours. We've also updated our enforcement requirements so that it follows the same enforcement as any other zoning violation. And then finally, we are proposing to bring STRs into compliance with the ordinance within 18 months of the effective date of the ordinance. And so if it's an existing STR and they can meet the ordinance criteria, they can come in and receive an STR permit, and then they'd be an allowed use under the ordinance. And if the STR is unable to meet the ordinance provision, then we're giving them 18 months to cease operations. So a little bit about the pilot program. Staff has been trying to determine how to introduce these regulations as part of a pilot program. And one of the reasons that this is problematic is that the general statutes do not give us the ability to require registration of rental properties. And so we have to regulate STRs through land use regulations, which require that we issue zoning compliance permits. The challenge is that we can't create regulations and requirements for permits other than through laws. And so any STR regulations that we create need to be part of a zoning ordinance. We can use a policy to develop framework to address issues, but under the general statutes, we can't require permits as part of an adopted policy. So in order to regulate this use and require permits, we need to adopt laws, which we would do through this short-term rental ordinance. And then as we collect the data from the short-term rental permits, we can see how well our ordinance is working. If we start noticing that there's issues, we can come back and tweak that ordinance through the public process the way we would make any other changes to the LUMO. So again, the recommendation before you tonight is to receive public comment at this meeting, move to close the public hearing, receive comments up to 24 hours via email at planning@townofchapelhill.org, and then enact the ordinance next Wednesday on June 23rd. With that, let me stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Anya. It was a good overview of everything we've gone through. And just a reminder tonight, we're not voting tonight on the ordinances. We could vote to close the public hearing. So are there clarifying questions from council? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Just to be clear, in terms of the signage, is it signage advertising the STR? Is it or is it signage and decorations from guests, or is it both?
So it would be signage advertising the STR as a business. We did not contemplate addressing signage from guests. Are you thinking like happy birthday signs and I think we would treat those like
Congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations, and come to the graduation party, like the party signage.
So I think we would treat that the way we would as if it was a primary or if it was somebody's house, right? But they're allowed to have it at their house. They'd be allowed to have it here. We just don't want to see any marketing signage.
I see. So it's not possible to really limit decorations and signage from guests.
I think it would be challenging based on our current sign ordinance.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Parker?
Thanks, Anya, for that presentation and for what I know has been a fairly exhausting 7 or 8 years, it seems like now. Just a quick question. The sort of the 18 months that you're proposing for, I don't know, I guess I'd call it a soft landing or, phase out. Could you just talk a little bit about how you came up with that number?
Sure. So we've recognized that things always take a lot longer than we predict. And so we wanted to make sure that we provided sufficient time for the planning department to really dig in, figure out how we were going to administer permits, how, what the permit looks like, making sure that we have time to do not only education with our staff so that they understand how to process STR permits, but also with the public so they understand what's required as part of the permitting process. And then bring that program online. And so we also wanted to give some consideration to existing STR operators. We know that a lot of times these STRs are booked a year, sometimes more in advance, and that gives us plenty of time to not cancel any reservations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We do have a lot of public wishing to speak. Ms. Stegman, then Mr. Boynton.
Just a question about the 3-car. I understand you're applying a similar rule, but I guess it just seems like, how do we avoid a situation where there's 4 bedrooms and an STR, people meet there, so they're already in violation of the ordinance? Like, is there any way to word it so it's aligned with the number of bedrooms or the capacity of the STR rather than just a set number?
So there is. So if there's consensus from this group, staff can go back and look at that and bring that back to you. Our concern in talking to code enforcement is that when there's over occupancy of student rentals, for instance, the way that it's usually a good indicator of that is noise and parking. And so if we don't have some kind of a qualifier around parking, it's going to be very hard to enforce this ordinance.
That makes sense. I think since people are traveling from out of town, it's a little bit different. That I understand the intent, but I would be supportive. Obviously, others will have to weigh in of somehow tying it to
Other council members, show thumbs up if you're supported to align the number of cars with number of bedrooms. Oh, mixed bag. Oh no, you're getting, okay, there you go. Right. I was like, whoa. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense if people are meeting here for an event and it's a 6-bedroom house. It's gonna be, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gu.
I have a question. I'm not sure that it can be part of this because we're making that as part of the ordinance. So I'm not sure that it can be part of it, but this is something that I have heard repeatedly from the community is they would like to have better data collection. So is there possible that we can give them a, let's say, a report hotline or some kind of online portal? It can be done pretty, given all the technology that we have, that can be implemented pretty at low cost and can be done very quickly. Is that something that we can consider to do?
It's something that we can look into, but something even like a hotline requires staff resources, and we're very strapped for staff resources at the moment. And so that's something that a software company that specializes in enforcement of these short-term rentals could have provided for us.
Well, that I think that probably costs more money. The one that I was hearing from the community is just they're saying they don't feel comfortable to call 911 when they have complaints about next door neighbor have the short rental issues. So they feel like the reason we are not getting enough incidence reports in the data that we have so far is because there is not a reporting mechanism that people will feel comfortable to report those issues. So even if like a Google form, I think that can be constructed, pretty straightforwardly. So if we can just give them an opportunity to send the information or complaints, well, at least we, of course, we can still investigate that, but at least there is like raw material, the raw data that we can collecting, and just to say these are the things that we have received.
So let us keep it on our radar and dig into it. And I don't know that I can give you an answer on that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boyncey, then Ms. Ryan.
Yeah, so I had a question about the STR or the, well, sorry, let me go ahead and look at my list and ask the question instead of trying to wing it. So with the age minimum, the STR platforms, do they, I mean, my understanding is that STR platforms like Airbnb, they don't have an age 21 minimum. And so I guess I'm wondering, given that if there's some way that STR operators themselves can verify the age of a guest who signs up.
I believe they can. I'm not an STR operator, but yeah, I believe that they can look at the guest profile and see the age. We had initially gone in with 18 years of age because we had heard from the STR operators that just adulthood was more reasonable for them. And they were explaining like that they often see a lot of college kids coming into town to visit friends on campus. STR operators can always be more restrictive than the town's ordinance, but we had heard from this group that there was interest in raising that age to 21 years. And so that's what's reflected in the draft ordinance that's before you.
Okay, all right. So I guess from what I'm hearing you say, STR operator can tell what the age is of the guest. I mean, this is assuming that the guest is being forthcoming in their entries for the profile, correct?
I believe they can. I'm not 100% certain, but that's something that we can look into.
Okay, I was just curious. Thanks.
Hey, Ms. Ryan.
So when we were talking about monitoring things, I believe during our budget discussions, we talked with the mayor who said there wasn't funding for the, I don't know whether it was software or a service. Do you have any idea about how much we were looking at for that?
I think it varies depending on the type of services and then here's Colleen.
Sure, so I can answer that. Thanks, Anya. So we looked at a permit fee around $125 to $150 per application. And the estimate would be that we would get, based on the data we see currently, around 250 applications. And so that's roughly between $31,000 and $37,000. And that would fund the software. We have been working with BMD and coordinating with them to see if this does move forward, how we could present a resolution to update the fee schedule now that the budget has been adopted. And so that's something that we're working with our counterparts on to hopefully get before you in the next few days.
Okay, it would be useful to have an idea of, again, of what kind of money you're looking for. I know, I don't know whether the software is a one-time expense, whether you have to pay for it yearly, but it seems to just make sense from an enforcement point of view and a data point of view that we figure out a way to get that for you if we're asking you to do this.
Thank you. We agree. Yes. And we're looking into the maintenance costs as well. So the fee that we're looking at is we're trying to incorporate that as well. So it's a one-time thing. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And one more question. So it was interesting. I hadn't really thought about the implications of, say, students coming in to visit other people and the age restrictions. I really don't want 18-year-olds renting a dedicated STR, but the hostess or a hosted STR, I can see being a little different. So just to throw that out there, we might want to think if there's a distinction between those two, right? If there's a host on site renting out a bedroom and a 19-year-old wants to come to visit friends, that I don't have any heartache about that. The 19-year-old renting an apartment and having a party, I have some heartache about that one. So. Just to throw that out there. Thank you.
All right, we have a lot of public who've signed up to speak tonight, so we need to hear from them. Mr. Parker will be calling you in 2 at a time. We ask you to keep your comments within 3 minutes, please. If the list gets too long, we will have to reduce that time to 2 minutes each, but right now I think we have about a dozen folks signed up, Mr. Parker.
That's about right, yeah.
Okay, so we will be hearing from you, and again, we appreciate your comments, and we've been reading your emails, so please know that we are paying attention. So welcome, and Mr. Parker will call you in.
Okay, we have Shelley DeFasse, I believe, or DeFassett, followed by Alexa Noda.
I don't have the first one on the list.
Okay, well, if we find her, I believe it's a her, we will come back. Otherwise, Alexa Noda, followed by Eric Plow.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for your time tonight. You guys all know me pretty well by now, and normally I'd share data and facts and solutions, but you've heard it all already, including a lot of what's to come tonight. So tonight I'm going to talk about toilets. There's this one back road near my house that I always take because it's so scenic. A mix of farms, $1 million houses, and little cottages. And then you come around a bend and all of a sudden there's a driveway lined with toilet flower planters, like 20 of them, all different sizes, all bowls filled with crazy flowers. You probably know the house that I'm talking about. Every time I see those planters, they bug me. I don't understand the appeal, and I would never do that at my house. I'm sure a lot of their neighbors feel the same thing every single day. And yet, I have zero inclination or right to try to stop them from having these planters just because I don't like them or don't understand them. That's their property, and as long as it's not harming me or anyone else, it's not a problem. That's what a community is. As long as everyone is safe and respectful, we coexist. And this is where we are with dedicated short-term rentals in residential areas. To date, no evidence has ever been presented proving short-term rentals to be the root cause of chronic or systemic issues in our town, not now or in the future. On the contrary, we've seen tons of resources and data and a thorough list of solutions from the task force and hours of public comment. And yet, what we still hear in return from many is, we don't know this, or I just don't like the idea of that. And don't get me wrong, Chapel Hill does have problems. If you're worried about corporate greed, look no further than the companies on the petition that started all of this in the first place, and the organizations that rely on their member dues. If you're looking for a source of nuisance issues, look no further than the 1,800 complaints a year for things not involving short-term rentals. And if you're looking for affordable housing drivers, look no further than the soaring cost of new home construction. These problems do not exist because of short-term rentals, dedicated or otherwise. You don't have to like dedicated short-term rentals. But like the planters, as long as they are of no harm to anyone, you don't have to punish those homeowners by stripping their property rights and the income they rely on. So as you head into your vote, the only responsible thing for you to do as you decide the fate of people's livelihoods is to create a program for all current responsible hosts in all zoning districts to register, pay their taxes, and welcome respectful visitors. So please consider this path so you can get all the information you need to feel comfortable coexisting and make adjustments as needed. And at least give hosts a chance to prove to you what we've been saying and showing to you the last 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, Eric Plow, followed by Elad Sela.
Ms. Harvey said she didn't see that name, so you want to call the next one too, please?
Eric is not here?
No, Eric's here.
Okay. Jeffrey Rother. Follow Mr. Plow.
Welcome, Mr. Plow.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Please excuse any repetition if you've already had a chance to read the email I sent earlier today in which I emailed you figures from your finance department which were obtained from a public records request. This clearly shows that Airbnb revenues approximate between 4.5% to 5.5% of total occupancy receipts over the past 2 years. This should put to rest the false allegations put forth by special interest groups that STRs are threatening to take over Chapel Hill. It's not our fault that a pandemic occurred and that hotels have been overbuilt. That is a market issue. That is not for the citizens nor the town of Chapel Hill to solve. 2 years ago, the task force was charged to deal with investor-owned STRs versus hosted STRs. Rebecca Badger informed the task force that defining property usage within a zone by the type of property owner is illegal. Special interest groups have gone through the back door by cleverly labeling investor-owned as dedicated, but these terms are the same thing and could very easily be legally challenged. Your own Planning Commission Advisory Board recommended that no action be taken at this time. Please study the careful reasoning given behind this recommendation. It was given by regular, unbiased citizens like you and me, and not by special interest groups. Several council members have wisely stated that they are being asked to make decisions based on a complete lack of concrete information. It is interesting that an earlier comment tonight was made about misinformation hampering the overall communication process. In this situation, you are being inundated with conjecture and unsubstantiated fears. To conclude, before passing an ordinance which affects so many of the citizens you represent, many of whom have done STRs for many years with no problems whatsoever, please grandfather existing STRs to operate as usual until the property changes ownership. Also do an 18-month pilot study to determine what the real facts are. How many legitimate and verified complaints have actually been lodged against STRs in the past 2 years? Have existing STRs really affected affordable housing, property values, or neighborhood safety? What's the likelihood of mass shootings, as one individual has feared? How many out-of-town investors have bought property in the past 2 years for the sole purpose of doing STRs? I am sure that if you do this study, you will conclude that STRs are an asset to the community and businesses by providing much needed housing for out-of-town visitors who require more than just a hotel room. You may discover that all this work and all the effort that we are all going through is trying to find a solution in search of a problem to solve. I repeat, please hold off passing any ordinance until more information is found by a study that will come up with the real facts and figures. Thank you.
Okay, Jeffrey Rother, followed by Scott Jennings.
Thank you, Jeffrey Rother from Morningstar Law Counsel for Atma Hotel Group. On behalf of Atma, we very much thank you for council and the staff's time, consideration of this issue, and all the thoughtfulness that's been put into this issue. There are two comments that Atma wanted to convey following the recent changes to the ordinance that were released in advance of this meeting. One, just a question regarding the proposal to provide an 18-month window for existing dedicated STRs to comply with the ordinance. This use by definition is limited to leases of less than 30 days. So there's no substantial time period that's needed to unwind existing relationships. It appears to be calculated to provide some kind of thoughtfulness or compassion to the existing dedicated STR operators and perhaps those that have reserved with them, but we think that compassion is a bit misplaced. These uses are currently prohibited by existing ordinance. So in practice, what this would really be doing is giving a right for 18 months to those not in compliance with existing ordinance, giving a right over those that are not violating existing ordinance. So we questioned that 18-month window. And the other change we noticed was the reduction of the primary residence definition from a 60% threshold to a 50%. And although we may not quibble with the 10% difference, it really highlights the concern about enforcement and whether the town is positioned to investigate and enforce whether a person is really living at a specific home for 180 days versus 185 versus 190. This would provide a perhaps a window for properties to be used as, in essence, a dedicated SDR for up to 6 months out of the year. We encourage council and staff to think about ways that residency requirement can be enforced and investigated. And our thought and suggestion is that a straightforward residency requirement is more appropriate than a specific number of days that may be a little bit harder to investigate and enforce. So we appreciate all the time and consideration that council has put into this issue, and encourage you to move forward with the vote next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Scott Jennings, followed by David Hartman.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, everybody, and thank you for having one last meeting for us to comment. I want to address the some of the elephants in the room, and that's the fear that we've been sold, and the special interest groups involved here have been selling. VRBO and Airbnb have joined forces to stop parties. They're removing people actively from platforms. They are outright suing individuals as well, and they are actively doing background checks and removing felons off of their platform. Just so that is being stated, it's become a very active campaign in the last 6 months. They are taking that very seriously. But I also want to take, currently right now, I have 2 of my units rented between Durham and Chapel Hill, both people staying for 2 weeks plus while they have family members either dying at UNC Hospital or someone in emergency status at Duke. The couple that we have in Chapel Hill has a 90-year-old grandmother, a sister who's in her 60s, and a husband staying. We've also hosted multiple people here for work on months on end. We've hosted families who have been displaced by property damage or renovation. Many guests come for job interviews, medical visits, returning alumni. The list goes on, and it's consistently been shown that all forms of STR listed are not causing any notable issues to make the community worry. They are all been perceived at this point in time. I would also like to state that the small cap on the hosted on hosting inside of multifamily housing is unfair to the relation of the size of the building and the units inside. As the community has many multifamily units of various sizes, the rule seems to be directed towards keeping large investors out of Chapel Hill, something our community is not suffering from at this point in time. This penalizes the building owners or the management that have smaller units. These owners and managers of smaller units should have the right to govern their property as they see fit, as long as the STR hosts are working and behaving in a safe manner for all those involved. We'll go back to Alexa's toilet issue. Many who will speak tonight in the past have repeatedly proven that we are not a problem for the community, but a positive for the vibrant economy of Orange County and Chapel Hill. We urge you to accept the recommendation of the Planning Committee and move forward based on future ruling, base any future rulings on facts and collected data specific to Chapel Hill, not rulings that are based on other cities and what they did. But let's look at us specifically. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Okay, David Hartman, followed by Robert David.
Hi, my name is David Hartman, and thank you for allowing me to speak. On June 11th, the local Reporter newspaper published an opinion piece by Brittany Wynn that made the assertion that the average nightly rate for area hotels had fallen to $96.65 due to the unfair competition from short-term rentals. Anyone who's ever shopped for a hotel in Chapel Hill knows that this figure is laughable. I did a quick search at discount travel site hotels.com for the upcoming weekend. a time where there are no major sports events nor concerts, and school is in the summer session. Out of the 11 hotels in Chapel Hill, only 2 were less than $156. I'll repeat that. Only 2 of 11 hotels for this weekend are less than $156. And those 2 were $79 and $91. Furthermore, of the 2 most expensive hotels, the Graduate, priced at $302, had only 3 availabilities, and the University Inn at $509 has since sold out. In summation, neither the rates nor occupancy appear to have suffered nearly to the degree that the hoteliers and the writer of that article would have you believe. In fact, the writer's figures are so inaccurate that I have to question their intent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robert David, followed by Susan Nininger.
Mr. David, are you going to talk with us?
Thank you.
There you go.
I apologize for that. My name is Rob David. I am a member of the Laurel Hill Neighborhood Association Board of Directors and Secretary thereof. I'm calling you for the purpose of informing you that we view that the issues in front of the board regarding this opening of STRs has several reasons why it is of disinterest to the city to implement the proposal. One, historically in residential areas, we have not sought to have commercial properties. This would be in direct opposition to that. Dedicated STRs often, and in this case often may, be nothing more than lodging for event spaces, and the provisions to event them merely as event spaces as opposed to options for longer term residents, for as example cited earlier about someone needing to stay to visit a loved one, is not distinguished in this. The residents of Laurel Hill are not against tourism in Chapel Hill, but are, for reasons that Chapel Hill is well served by and can be in the future further served by hotels, does not see the need for such a thing as this in local neighborhoods. Moreover, in the particular interest of our very local community, the 80 plus residencies in the Laurel Hill neighborhood are as close as 50 yards to the UNC campus and no more than 8/10 of a mile from the UNC campus, and would provide a very attractive option for people to provide very short-term rental for events and event spaces for UNC. Our loved partner, UNC, yet we do not wish to become a local residency for activities for UNC visitors and etc. Concern for the particularly acute also for those who are concerned about on-street parking. I noticed in your provision, on-street parking may be permitted up to several cars. I think 3 was the number. Laurel Hill Road is absolutely treacherous if there is on-street parking. So it is our view that this, among other reasons we have asserted, thank you for the notice in this, including the necessity for a pilot program, which seems vague to us in its entirety. We, the residents of Laurel Hill neighborhood, ask that the council do not approve proceeding with this proposal and greatly appreciate your time in listening to me this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Nininger, followed by Joe Valentine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I would like to say that since the council represents all of the people and we have varying opinions about our properties and how to use them, that without proof of a problem, there is no problem. And having family members who, during the last downturn in the economy, saved their homes by being able to do short-term rentals, it was a godsend. And so I ask you to be thoughtful and cautious about infringing on people's rights to use their property in the way they see fit, as long as their guests do not break the law, cause a nuisance, or a hazard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Valentine, followed by Francis Nowinski.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. I own a dedicated STR in a residential zone in Chapel Hill. Last year, a family contacted me from a different part of the state, and they had an acute emergency. They had to rush their child to hospital in UNC for an emergency procedure, and they needed a place to stay. The family with some relatives, they needed to stay close to the hospital. They needed to be able to prepare their own food. They had pets. They wanted a backyard. There is no hotel in Chapel Hill that meets these emergency requirements when people have to rush to a hospital to take care of their loved ones. This is one case. I have had several similar cases where people have come for emergency medical treatment to Duke or UNC, and they needed accommodation, family accommodation, where they can stay together in an affordable manner. Apart from that, we have also had people come for family reunions, for marriages, engagements, and other purposes. Essentially, a dedicated STR is still serving the use of a single family residence. At any point of time, you have a single family staying there. It meets the zonal requirements of a single family residence. It's not run as a commercial undertaking because the rest of the time, the host is able to stay there. In my case, I'm an attorney. I'm licensed in North Carolina. I'm also licensed in Washington, D.C. and in Florida. I have to work outside the state for a significant portion of the year. Perhaps I may not fulfill the requirement of 183 days stay in any state. So by your definition of a dedicated STR, I would never own a primary home in the United States if that definition is accepted. So the point here is that zonal regulations are by virtue of delegated powers from the state. And these regulations enable local government to regulate land use, not land ownership. So by requiring an owner to stay for a certain period of time, or requiring or discriminating between short-term or long-term rentals, to some extent, it appears to me that it is an overreach, is going beyond delegated powers to local government. And I would definitely request that you consider this seriously, because we had a recent case in Wilmington where the city of Wilmington lost the case against an STR, and it appears to me the matter is now in appeal before the appellate court.
Thank you.
Here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next and so far last is Francis Nowinski.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Francis Nowinski. I chair the Orange Chatham Association of Realtors Government Affairs Committee. I'm not an STR operator. Our interest here is just helping protect property owner rights. Mayor Pam, in the last meeting, you talked about a pilot program. OSHAR fully supports a pilot program. We've heard council members saying they don't have enough data. They don't have the information to make an informed decision. And we feel it's important that you do a pilot program and gather the data so you all can make an informed decision. Several people have talked about using STRs to be able to keep their homes. National numbers of mortgages and forbearance in this country are about 16%. People may have to turn to doing STRs to be able to keep their home, and the town shouldn't be limiting people from doing that. STRs are also supporting local economy. They're helping people who may not be able to afford to stay in a hotel be able to come to Chapel Hill, and most people using STRs and all the people we've spoken with, a large number of those people are coming for medical purposes. A hotel is not an option for those folks. We ask that you keep Chapel Hill being inclusive and open to people coming to visit and not ban or overregulate STRs. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two additional folks. We have BJ Warshaw, followed by Katie Lubis.
Hello there. Thanks for the time. I'm very concerned about a handful of new changes that have moved in a more regulatory direction with this latest draft, and once again seem to be solutions in search of problems. Firstly, please change the minimum rental age back to where it was, which was 18 and up. It's inconsistent for the town to restrict STRs to guests with a minimum age of 21 without the same restriction on hotels. The Carolina Inn, for example, allows 18 and over guests. And there's also no similar restriction for off-campus housing or long-term leases where, as been repeatedly stressed, the vast majority of public disturbances and parties are occurring. I'd like to politely correct Anya here as well. We hosts cannot adhere to this requirement because neither Airbnb nor VRBO reveal the ages of potential guests to hosts, and that's to prevent discrimination. And both platforms allow users over the age of 18. So I really sincerely wish that you would switch this back to 18 and over. And it will be responsible guests. Secondly, the events ban. I've been told that there's a specific property in town that has been throwing large wedding events and disturbing their neighbors. That's an outlier, and it can also be dealt with existing noise ordinances or special event permitting. An event ban's a one-size-fits-all approach that doesn't fit all, and I want to stress that most STRs, ours included, are not party houses. STRs constitute a minuscule percentage of noise or public disturbances in town. Others have noted 3 911 calls out of 1,500 over the course of a year. That's 1/5 of 1%. College housing and long-term rentals cause far more and bigger issues than STRs, and yet STRs are being singled out for parties. It must be stressed that ordinances already exist to deal with parties or events that disturb neighbors, as well as processes in the ordinance currently allow for the revocation of an STR license. And Airbnb itself, as mentioned earlier, has created a bunch of additional rules to prevent party houses and civic disturbances. So there's really no need for this additional restriction. But there's a lot of negatives. Under this ban, we'd be disallowed from hosting gatherings that have a lot of community value, like workshops, artist gatherings, meditations, retreats. We personally host a lot of artists. We have an informal artist retreat with grant funding from the Orange County Arts Commission. And we'd like to be able to plan for future activities that pose no threat or disturbance to our neighbors. Additionally, the 5 guests number is completely arbitrary and it's inconsistent with different property sizes and different zoning densities. So we should just lean on the town's existing special event permitting processes and even consider allowing STRs or any property to host legal gatherings as long as they do so in a way that doesn't disturb their neighbors. Third, the parking restriction. So we're a 2-bedroom that allows up to 4 overnight guests at our STRs. The current rule says we would only be allowed to have 3 cars, but then if everyone had their car, we'd be in violation of this rule. Earlier, you were mentioning restricting it to the number of bedrooms, but that still doesn't apply to us because we have an occupancy cap of up to 6 people according to the ordinance. It would be preferable just to avoid this restriction. There's already an occupancy cap, and I would like the town council to trust us to manage parking safely and sensibly for ourselves and our neighborhoods. Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have Katie Lubis and then followed by Stephen Bradford.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Katie Lubis with the Chamber. It's my pleasure to speak with you on behalf of our diverse coalition, including the Chamber, local hoteliers, CHALT, and a former mayor of Chapel Hill. First and foremost, thank you. Thank you for your continued focus on this matter. We believe this draft ordinance reflects great thought and compromise, and we are very supportive. Before I go into my two requests this evening that I had scripted, I have to go off the cuff and address the toilet flower pots. Yes, you can arrange flowers at your home that you live in, but if you're a hotel, you would have limits not just on the flowers and the plants and the trees, but also a litany of other health and safety regulations, fire inspections, ADA requirements, and the list goes on. Dedicated STRs are pseudo hotels. They take a home, the owner does not live there, they turn it into a commercial operation. It looks like a hotel, acts like a hotel, takes payment like a hotel, but it skirts all the rules and regulations of a hotel. So we think your current draft reflects a very fair and reasonable position in that it limits dedicated STRs to the same zones as hotels so that they can do the same commercial activity, but it also allows tremendous flexibility to primary residence STRs. So with that said, we do ask that you reconsider two minor elements in your deliberations tonight. First, would you please reconsider the 18-month sunset period? The current draft ordinance allows illegally operating STRs that don't get a permit to keep operating for another 18 months. We believe this is excessive. Some sunset period may be practical, so we recommend that you consider returning to the 6-month period, which you had written in an earlier version of the document. We encourage you to keep in mind in a mere moment and without any fees, an STR operator can shift their short-term commercial operation for transients to long-term residential use. And this is not a hardship, it takes minimal effort, and it helps address a community need for more local workforce housing. The second thing we would ask of you is, would you please reconsider increasing the 50% minimum occupancy requirement for primary residence STRs? Throughout this process, our working group has really focused our advocacy on the dedicated STRs, but the current draft requires operators of primary STRs to be present for only 50% of the calendar year. So this means that a whole house could be rented out for as much as 6 months of the year, in essence, operating like a dedicated STR. So we recommend you consider raising this minimum to at least 60%, which was in the earlier version, and we would prefer 75%. We believe that this would.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Stephen Bradford, and that seems, Mr. Bradford seems to be the last person.
We're calling it quits there.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Mayor, for your time tonight. I really want to start this off by just saying that we keep on hearing these terms: pseudo hotels, commercial operation. STRs are in no way commercial. They're residential use of property. Land use goes by how a property is used, not who owns it. I'm a government affairs director with North Carolina Realtors. I also work closely with Orange Chatham Association of Realtors, and our stance on STRs has consistently been that they are a residential use that should be treated as such. This has been found in multiple court cases across multiple states. There's currently no case of first impression here in North Carolina. However, there always could be one. And I don't think you want that one to be Chapel Hill. So I really urge you to reconsider how you are approaching this and approaching this as a commercial use of property, because it is simply not. Beyond that, the fact of the matter is that you've heard from many STR operators tonight that they really fill a use that hotels don't provide. So some very good friends of mine are moving to North Carolina from Virginia. Unfortunately, the house they were buying, the deal fell through due to a septic issue. They're currently staying in a short-term rental in Chapel Hill that would not be allowed if this ordinance were to pass. This is certainly not a party house. This is certainly not traditional lodging. This is so they can stay together in a family unit, start their new jobs, and regroup after a housing deal fell through for them. If they weren't allowed to use this short-term rental, the fact of the matter is that they would probably be paying more at your hotels in Chapel Hill than they would be making at their jobs every single day. And they'd have to sustain that for a month or more until they find a new home. So I really urge you to reconsider how you're approaching this as a commercial use. It is in fact a residential use. It has been found to be such in multiple states, and Chapel Hill is no different than these cases. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm bringing it back to council. I know the time is late, and we're not voting this evening, but I would like you to lightning round answer 4 questions for me so staff knows what direction to head into. If we think of more questions, I'll come back, but we'll have time next week to deliberate. So the questions that came back around were the age, 18 or 21. We've heard some information on that. The number of cars parked, and the sunset length that you're considering. I'm not saying you're voting for or against any of this. I'm just saying what your preference are on these particular topics and your feelings about the event limit as far as events being limited. So who would like to start us off? Ms. Ryan, then Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, I think we need more information on the age item if there really is no way for people to tell from the platforms what their age is. That, you know, we just have to make sure that's doable. So again, I think other than that, if it is doable, I can see 21 for a dedicated and 18 for a primary. Excuse.
Making it more difficult, huh? Okay.
It's hard, sorry. In terms of cars, I don't want cars parked all over a front yard, which, you know, is one of the issues we see with student housing. So just to make sure somehow that we're making sure that there are that there's adequate parking to accommodate the cars, either in the driveway or in the area. I know that's probably not very helpful. Sorry, Anya. Sunset, I think we should give them a sunset provision. These are people who have made investments, and I don't think it's super easy to turn on a dime with that. The event limit, I think, I don't know, 5 seems a little low to me. I might go to 6 or 7, but I think that the idea of the event limit is good. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, I'll agree that we just need to know what the enforcement capability is with 18 versus 21. The number of cars, I think it makes good sense to link it to the number of bedrooms somehow, so that people, for places with more bedrooms or more capacity, there's, you know, the ability to make sure that everybody can be there. What the sunset length, are you asking for how long, or whether we do a sunset at all?
Both.
I certainly think we need a sunset period. And we're looking at 6 or 12 months, or I'm
18
sorry.
was recommended. The staff had 18.
18
months.
I would say 12 or 18, and I guess I would ask staff if 12 is possible, given the kind of needs of the planning department and the feasibility. So maybe a little more information on that would be helpful. And I'm very much in support of an event limit. And I don't know what the perfect number is, but maybe giving some guidance next time on what the implications are, or what staff thinks is reasonable would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, I think Amy's notion of differentiating based on whether there is somebody, an owner or a host, whatever, physically, and I would be more than just a primary residence. I think it would have to be a host or somebody physically present versus a dedicated STR. Although, again, I worry about many, not just about age, but many things about what we're doing, about how readily and how easily we're going to be able to enforce many of these things, since the town is ultimately, we do most of our business on a complaint-driven basis. So I don't have strong feelings either way about 18 or 21, but I think the notion of linking it to whether there's somebody, there or not is at least something we're thinking about. Cars, I think that, again, it's the challenge of one regulation for a whole variety of circumstances. If it's a small house with either no garage or no driveway, and therefore everybody's got to be in the street, you'd rather have fewer. If they have if there's a garage and a driveway, and they can put cars not on their lawn, but otherwise it's less of a problem. So I don't know that a specific limit of number of cars is the right way to go, but I don't know what the better alternative is. I think the sunset somewhere between 12 and 18 is probably the right number, certainly not less than 12. But after that, I'd like to hear what the staff think. I feel like I'm missing one of the questions.
Events.
Yeah, Again, this isn't going to be at all helpful to Anya, because I think, if a place has an event once every couple of months and it's a birthday or a wedding, so be it. But we don't want party houses, and I don't want a place that has, events and parties day in, day out, week in, week out. But again, I don't know how to regulate that. And as another comment, was brought up earlier, I just would really like to understand better, what our enforcement framework is going to be, because what I really dislike is passing a lot of rules that we may not be able to enforce, because in the long run, that just, further breeds contempt for our ability to regulate many things. So I'd really like to understand better, how confident we are in our ability to really manage this properly.
Okay. Ms. Stegman, then Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll just make a general quick comment first. Just that I agree that we should focus on better enforcement of fewer things. I think we're more likely to be successful and make this less complicated. And I think as this college town, we are generalizing negative student behaviors to short-term rentals that aren't necessarily appropriate. And I think we also need to figure out how we communicate and publicize the ways that people can report on bad behaving guests at short-term rentals that don't involve calling the police, because there are other options. So I think that's really important piece of this. I think the age, I'm pretty sure you can't tell. I think the speaker was right. You can't tell the age of STR guests. So I think simple is better. So if that's 18, that's fine with me. The cars, I think making it match the size of the dwelling makes sense. Sunset, I would go longer. I would go to 2 years, but 18 months is fine. I would like, if we're data collecting, I'd like to see the data before the end of the 18 months, like at 12 months, so we know what's coming and have a sense of what impact that sunset will have on how many people, in case there's changes we want to make. And not going to be helpful, but the event limit, there is if there's a way to link it to the capacity of the property, and I don't know what that is, but there's a difference between having, sort of using an in-town space with very close neighbors as an event space on a regular basis versus living where you have several acres and, you know, are not going to disturb anybody if you have gatherings or workshops or some of the other things that have been talked about. So I don't know if there's a way to tie it to, but I'm sorry. I mean, I really feel that that's not helpful, but that's fair. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you. Yeah, I just double checked on my Airbnb app. There's not even a place for you to put your age as a person on here. So I don't see how we would enforce that. So I'm fine with the 18. I would echo Councilmember Anderson's point about connecting the cars or linking the number of cars to the number of bedrooms. That seems to make a lot of sense. I don't feel super strongly about the sunset period length. I do think we need a period. I think 12 or 18 months makes sense to me. And then, yeah, I don't have a strong feeling on the event limits either.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gu, then Mr. Boyce.
Well, I feel that we need to distinguish between we want to regulate against some of those nuisances coming from short-term rental, especially when it is mismanaged. Well, in that sense, I think that the long-term rental has a similar issue, and I actually have heard a lot of complaints. And among the emails that we received, actually, we have read that people are complaining about short-term rental and then talking about the students. I think they probably are referring to those questions. Actually, a lot of them are coming from those students, long-term student housing rentals. So I think that for those issues with regard to noise, safety, the parking, those things, I think we need regulations that to really to address those issues because they relate to the safety, health, and the well-being of the community. I think that is something that we need to regulate. But if the purpose of the regulation is to just address the short-term rental by itself, I'm not sure that where is the legal ground for that. I'm not 100% sure whether or not a short-term by itself is a threat to the safety, health, and well-being of the community. But all the other things, I completely agree that we need to address that, and we need to enforce our ordinances to address those issues, both for short-term rental and long-term rental, or any other violations of those noise, parking and the safety, those ordinances that we have in place. So that is one big concern that we have, the direction that we're going. And second is about the enforcement. I think it's very important. I echo all the other council members who mentioned about the enforcement. I think it's very important for us as a government, as a governing body, that the ordinance that we write, we have the full intention and the capacity to actually enforce it. I feel like just pass some ordinance just make people feel like their voice, their concerns have been heard. I don't feel it's an actual, sincere, serious effort to address their concerns. So that's my second. And third part is, I think there are actually a lot of tools. The Airbnb and the whole short-term rental industry are realizing that they need to address that seriously. For the Airbnb, they have, I think both in last year in August, they have issued a global ban on party houses. So, and then they have a website that the neighborhood it's 24/7. You can actually request a call from there's some kind of network in the community that come to you if you have concerns with someone that having a party in your neighborhood. So, and of course they have, if it's non-emergency, they have other reporting mechanisms, and that's kind of like, I don't know if our community members have utilized those resources enough, but they this year, only 5 years ago, they issued a industry-wide alliance to address those community nuisance that are caused by short-term rental, and they actually urging all the other players in the short-term rental industry to help each other and help the community to address those issues. I think our town actually can be a partner that they're requesting, that if we have concerns, if we care about our community, we should work with them and say, give us your tools, give us the information you have, give the data that you have. We actually want to make sure we address those issues and make sure our community is safe. So I feel like I'm not, to be honest, I do not have, as I expressed last time, I do not see that there is enough data to support the regulations that we try to put into place. I 100% agree. We need to address those issues. Parking, party houses. I think we need to study both data and the tools that we actually have to address those community concerns. But I just feel like just passing some regulations just to make people feel like their concerns are being heard without the tools and the capacity to actually implement that, that's not serious governing.
Thank you. Mr. Boynton?
Yep. So with respect to age, I'm not quite sure about the kind of enforcement capability, but you know, I heard what Councilmember Nguyen said about you know, the entries for Airbnb. If in fact you can verify the age of the guests, then you know, I'd be fine with 18. With the number of cars parked, agree with linking it to the number of bedrooms. Sunset length, 18 months is fine. And I like Councilmember Stegman's idea of linking event limits to capacity and size of the property. If there's some way to do that, I'd definitely be interested.
Thank you. All right, I'll add my voice to this. I think we're going to get into a bad place if we try to do the age 21, since you can't tell, and I don't know how we enforce it anyway. So I think we go back to the 18. I think linking cars to bedrooms and then maybe plus one since you're letting two people sleep in the living room or whatever, but just looking at that. I do believe we need to sunset because I think we need to study what the problem is first. I think we need to know the data. I agree that we should get the data back within a year so that we can understand what we really are looking at, so that we can figure out, and also give people time to change their short-term rental into a long-term rental or to put their house on the market or whatever it is. It takes time to do those things. And I think we need to allow people time to make those transitions. So that's where I am on events. I agree, capacity. I never thought about workshops. Those seem pretty innocuous for people to do those kinds of things. So Anya, do you have enough information from us?
I think so. We'll go back to the drawing board tomorrow and clean up some of the stuff.
Okay, we would need a motion to close the public hearing so we can make a decision next meeting.
I move we close the public hearing and bring it forward for a vote on the 23rd of June.
Second.
A move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Any comments that haven't been shared? Okay, roll call vote then. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boynton?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman? And the mayor says aye as well, so that's unanimous. I thank you very much. You've worked very hard. I know we're working you a lot. We know we're working the staff a lot. We will be seeing you on Monday evening. I believe we're starting at, I'm sorry, I do not remember, 6:30 or 7. Does anyone remember what the time is, Mary Jane? We'll make sure to email you. I think we were trying to start at 6:30, but I wasn't sure that we were able to. 6:30. All right, we got
According to the calendar at 6:30.
6:30, guys. Okay, so we'll remind you again, but we will see you, if not before, 6:30 on Monday evening. Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned. We appreciate the input and all the thoughtfulness that has gone into these decisions this evening.
Sounds good.
Night, everybody.
Night, everybody.